Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead with me, Caetsu Chaiji, and you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're continuing from floor 151, although last week I recall that we had an not super awesome end where I had spent a lot of the good stuff that I would rather not have spent. I think I have 0 raises left. And I think I'm also low on some of the other good ones. This is also the floors where things start to really matter. And hopefully some of you can also help guide me on what things are dangerous and what are not. Because I forgot to look them up. I have gotten past this before, so it's not like I'm completely blank. Yeah. Everything is dangerous. You're not wrong. It would be really funny. It would be really funny if I pull one thing and we're just done. But whatever happens, if we like die relatively early so that like the stream hasn't gone on for too long, then we will probably go again. Although with a different job. I was thinking Viper, and now you might say, well, Viper's kind of mid. Yeah, but I mean, it's one of the new jobs, so it would be funny. You have one moment of elf cheers. Awesome! Also, hey Delane, hey FFXIV, hey Gurine, hey Mr. Selex, hey Aerodel, hey Saras, hey Yannick, hey Liv, and hey Agent Monica. I hope you're all doing very well. Has this picture run gotten you on the leaderboards? I don't think so. I mean, if you want 2 buttons, then sure. But yeah, exactly, Yannick. I think it would be really funny. Just to see how well it goes. Just to see. And get well soon, FFXIV. Reaper's fun? That is surprising, considering that it's not like it has a lot more going on in that level. Like, I mean, it actually has something. Because it can stockpile resources to just burst something a little bit. Hey, Shopty! Hey, D-Buy! Durbuy! Hey, Gremlin! Take one of these! Bah! I'll go down this way. See if I can reach some more treasures. Yeah, I could imagine Arcane Crest would be really good. We might also do Reaper. I'm not necessarily locked in on doing Viper, but that's just what I was thinking initially. Bruh. Yeah, I think Fortune. I should have used that. How's Red Mage? Oh, I would imagine Red Mage would be one of the harder ones. You have a cure, yes, but can't move much. Hey Zaf, hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah, you know what? Never mind. It's fine. You just enjoy that. Enjoy that. Just a party house right next to the exit. Everybody put your hands in the air! Most of some of those guys don't even have hands. Items unavailable. Ah. For Viper, who has no, like, inherent self-healing whatsoever, items unavailable certainly feels like one of the scarier ones. It can live through a lot of abuse. Well, I mean, it's about as tanky as a Pictomancer. Unless you start using the cure and whatnot. But yet, it is a lot better on floors where you don't have, like, potions. Exactly because it can just... the cure. Pink Lizard accidentally enters the frat house. Oh, hi! That's fine, I was on my way out. Oh boy. There's ever a residential crisis in Eorzea? Well, sometimes there is. They should know the depths of Gelbora have a lot of space. Indeed. Indeed. Oh yeah, you can't get a house because there are no plots? No, it's fine. Just move into the Palace of the Dead. Any landmine enjoyers? Hey Philippe, hope you're doing well. Personally, I've never been super great about like trap abuse. Bruh. P-Tank, grab all the mobs, find landmine, use witching, use invuln. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have heard about doing that. I would find it so silly if you died as a result of that, though. That'd be the saddest way to go. The saddest way to go. Bruh. Can you not crit? Like, ow? Hey, Kazi Dragoon. Hope you're doing well. Excuse me? Excuse me? What this? It's okay, I didn't want to be on this floor anyway. I don't like this floor. Would have been really funny if the next floor also said no items. Oh, you don't like that floor? How about another one? Hey, VV. Hope you're doing well. How would you jinx the run? Oh man, double safety. And that's the reason why you don't sit on 3. Oh, this is a small floor. It's a very small floor. Yeah, that is exactly, Yannick, that is the exact reason why I go on a floor where it's like no items. I look at my Serenity and go, well, I only have 2, so I guess I'll just eat it. I'll just deal with it. Because it could be worse. Like, for instance, it could be no items on a higher floor. Not a big fan of all these interrupts I'm receiving. Not a fan. Yeah. I wonder how much damage that does. Any knowers? Oh, there was more room. I thought that was actually it. One way to find out. That would be the silliest way for a run to end. How much damage does this thing do? You know, only one way to find out. Splat. Dead. That much, huh? I see. Ow. 3 to 5k? Oh, that's survivable. Strength. I'm still rebuilding my stock of strength, though. But it is hard to say without like looking at... Okay, see this is an example of a flaw where you Serenity. Both item penalty and ability penalty. Like, I'm a Pictomancer. Like, what am I supposed to do without my abilities and without my my potions in particular? $400 potency with a 1.2k base attack, so it's about 5k. It is incredible how insanely ability-centric Pictomancer is when it really comes to it. Simply because even the things that are not abilities are like, oh yeah, well, you have to use an ability to turn the key. So you can't do it. You can't do it without also using an ability. Like, no hammer, no living muse. I've also realized that the cast times are a problem. Because it means that enemies can just, like, walk up to me and just slap me, and then my cast ends. It probably can crit? Yeah, it probably can. Yeah, that one's always fun if you're playing like an RPG or something. You've perfectly coordinated. You will survive this attack. Unless the enemy crits, of course. There's nothing you can do to avoid that. It's just, well... Where is... Oh, there it is. Where's the exit? Which is right there. What are you? Strength. You know what? I'll use it. You know what's really interesting about that, Yannick? I know this is quite a sidetrack. The double autos thing is that as a result of players of World of Warcraft, ding, you can write it on your bingo cards, everyone. You got your tabs ready. As a result of hardcore World of Warcraft becoming popular, players started to care a lot more about what enemies are actually dangerous. It turns out that the commonly most lethal open world mobs in World of Warcraft, like vanilla, were mobs that just randomly had Thrash, which is just like a mob ability where sometimes it just hits you 3 times. And just sometimes the mob will just go bam 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 out of nowhere. And because like it's just like leveling content for decades really, this kind of stuff has just been, oh, I guess I just randomly died there. Weird. But when you're doing hardcore, then it's not just, oh, I guess I just randomly died. I should probably avoid that mob on my next run. It's like the last attack, Phoenix, is the best materia combo in Final Fantasy VII and one of the best strats in the franchise. Last attack, Phoenix? Right, when you click subtractive palette, you have to click 2 instead of 1, Kai. You know this. Ah, yes, 1% HP. Yeah, that is a classic one, Philippe. I'm guessing that it is. Rest someone immediately. But it is quite funny how in turn-based RPGs, because of how like each turn has to be meaningful and relevant, that also applies to the enemies. So for their turns to be meaningful and the boss to be threatening, it kind of has to really hurt when it gets a turn, which then leads to like later game bosses just going, well, now it's my turn. I kill one of your guys, I guess. Like, there you go. It's my turn, now you go. Oh, you need to rest someone? Shocker. Do the ice spikes reflect spells also? I think they don't, but I don't know. I think I'm getting pox here. Yeah. For an alteration that I don't even really want. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. And Bits, hope you're doing well as well. You shouldn't need to press 2. Yeah, exactly. We are in agreement. That is a silly feature. Bruh. Really? Oh man. I just barely made it. And it was 3 max potions, guys. It's okay, I got the 3 max potions. Hey Brontum, hope you're doing well. Hey, I just had 2 mimics in a row. It's a good idea to wait a bit with purity. Well, the problem there, Yannick, is that you might as well also just use it. Like, if you're waiting because, oh, maybe the next chest is also a mimic, then, well, you're presumably going to repeatedly be opening chests. So I would say, ultimately, holding it for a bit doesn't really, like, it just means that you, like, if you're going to use purity anyway, you might as well use it soon, right? A double silver chest. Woo! You see, Eldel says, causes auto attacks, weapons, and weapon skills to deal high damage to you when used during ice spikes. So probably not magic. Is that a frontal cone or what is it? Yeah, that's fair. I could have waited a bit. I think I would have been a lot more greedy if I had only one. We haven't gotten much further, Deathsin. We have started progging on the cannon. Bruh. Oh yeah, food buff. That's a good idea. What's this? More steel. Well, I'm gonna need that. Splat. I cast paint. What this? 2 witching. Is ranged physical good for Palace? Machinist is supposed to be like god tier, amazingly good at Palace of the Dead. Because it has like decently good burst. And it has the, you know, ranged physical roll action toolkit. Which means that it, for example, can interrupt infatuation on a mimic. And if I'd been a machinist here, I would have just ran down this hallway while fighting this guy. The problem with the... Are you serious? Hey, I'm Merilith 1, and I'm Merilith 2. We're out on a stroll. Yeah, the reason why the other 2 ranged physical are less amazing is mainly because their power is distributed in party buffs. Body system strikes again. Yeah, like, because Bard does a huge amount of its damage originates from, well, you're going to buff your party, right? And the same applies to Dancer in that, well, you're buffing your partner, right? So I would say, like, just from, like, an overall, like, looking at their toolkits, Dancer is probably a lot, but... Are you serious? Oh, sorry, guys. I was a little late. I woke up. I overslept. I'm sorry. But I made it. Ow. That's scary, by the way. It turns out that it can do that, like, charge up, wind up punch, and then it can auto attack immediately after. And yeah, also that standard finish is not fun. Why would it need to use Resolution to start the push? Is Resolution better DPS than the Bard's own toolkit? Imagine if Dancer could actually partner themselves. Yeah, imagine. You know, the funniest part about that... Ow. The funniest part about that... I would say... is... if it could partner itself. Could you imagine how many dancers would just do that? why would I give the buff to someone else? I want it. With, of course, the assumption that if you partner yourself, you get double buffs. A bit like how, well, not necessarily, I guess. Reminds me of when warriors longingly wished, like, oh, if only we could use Nascent Flash without a target. Back when Nascent Flash was the only way to heal, like, Raw Intuition was just damage reduction. And then they got that. Like, Nascent Flash was like, you can just use it on yourself. It's worse than using it on someone else, because then only one person gets healing, but you can. Kind of like that. Oh, like that. You just use it as a little free, like, free burst. Like, mini burst. They're considered a bit more annoying. Why would that be? It wouldn't perhaps be because they lifesteal? Oh, the exit is over there. Hey, Zarian. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Lexi. Hope you're doing well as well. The demons have paralysis if you don't kill them fast enough. Oh, that reminds me of the biasts. Agent just paralyze you for 30 seconds instantly from the hip. Just... Meanwhile, other mobs on the same floor had to cast, like, for 3 seconds to do that. Bias just like, it's a free action for me. What's the problem? Kinda easy. Just get good. Exactly, Deathsin. Imagine for a second that back in the day, and back in the day being Shadowbringers, Raw Intuition was just 20% damage reduction. And warriors didn't get, like, Nascent Flash until level 72. And they couldn't use it if there wasn't a secondary target initially. Hey, Asmo. Nope, you're doing well. Oh, you're going this way. Wonderful. Oh, the exit isn't open. In that case, I should just fight you, I guess. Ah! I believe that was the paralysis. I blocked it with a barrier, everyone. Did you see that? Nailed it! It's just that easy. Just block it, Lamau. I wish they moved inner release to earlier levels. It is quite funny that at level 70 they just give you inner release and then it's just kind of free. Oh, look! The party house! Oh. Well, that looks like a problem. Unless the exit is like this way. Well, it's not there. It's haste though. That's true, but it's also no items. It is quite weird that warrior's rotation basically gets simpler and simpler as you level up rather than harder. Well, it looks like we have to work our way through the party room. There are tanks with more pressing needs. Yeah. Oh yeah, the exit is there. I found it, guys. Ah! Relax, I haven't even done anything. Oh, you have to be mad. I was only looking at you. Artillery incoming. Yep. Oh boy. This slow really puts a damper on that haste buff. Hey guys. You wanna artillery me? Oh, there it is. I do remember I was trying to beat, like, the first time I wanted to beat Palace of the Dead, I did it with one friend, because, like, we didn't have, like, 4 players that wanted to go. And we were, like, kind of hurting for time, but we were on, like, the last floor before the boss. But we were, like, hurting for time in such a way, we were like, okay, hopefully there isn't, like, a party room on the floor. And then, like, we turn and see a party room, like, right next to us, like, right. And that's where the exit is, of course. And we just kind of lost. Like, oh, I think we actually did manage to push through the party room, but it took so much time that we didn't, like... No, wait, we were on, like, floor 8 out of the 10. So, even though we made it through the party room, there was another floor... And we just spawned into a new floor with, like, a chimera coming at us from each side. And 1 minute on the clock or something like that. So we're like... Well then. It's just one of those days where the game said no. You call it treasure rooms, huh? We're almost there! Oh. My God. Are you serious? I'll use this. We're reasonably close to the boss floor. Oh, I didn't see you there. It is, I have to say, an incredibly glaring weakness of Pictomancer that had never occurred to me until I actually did this. Was, oh yeah, right. Basically all of my buttons stop working if I can't use abilities. That's fun. Like, most other jobs, they just, like, they lose some buttons. Yes, like, healers can't, like, insta-heal out of nowhere anymore and things like that. Pictomancer's just like, well, you have your filler attack. Oh, you're back. You enjoy your stroll? Yeah, indeed, because machinists would lose their hypercharge, I suppose. And they would lose their interrupt and things like that. But they would still have good damage. Not to say, like, this combo isn't bad. It's just also, like, relatively speaking, it's relatively meh damage. Yeah, now that it's taking a while to kill, like, this guy has healed, like, 13 or 14% of its HP while I've been fighting it. Less fun. Hello. Oh, nice. New Purity. Imagine it was Serenity, right? Wouldn't that be wild? How do you even do Palace of the Dead as non-tank melee? Ranged attacks sometimes? And Bloodbath is good? Like, as you can see, like, while I am kiting here, a lot of the mobs are like... You might just fight them, like... standing your ground, depending on how much damage you're doing. But yeah, the final floors gets really, really rough. People sleep on the power of Bloodbath. You know, the funny part there is that people do that in PvE content in general. Like, just in general. I didn't expect this floor to take this long. I was actually hoping I could drag that strength and steel into the boss room. I also see that the horde is on the floor, but I'm not interested in looking for it. Probably not the time in a solo run this high up. It's the patrolling Archdemon. He's back. Dum dee dum dee dum dee dum. Let's bring Lust. Well, meanwhile, this guy forgot to bring a head. I'm getting a flashback because I actually remember dying on this guy last time I went this far alone. Should have gotten further out to the edge before he did that. Ah, yeah, I think I remember. I got knockbacked into one of those, probably, and then I died. You can shield on the knockback? Ah, if only my shield had such a short cooldown. But I should have done that. I'll remember that next time. Ah. That would have been funny if it had worked. I shouldn't be using potions that fast. I just realized that the cooldown is shorter than the duration. He's hitting hard all of a sudden. Very hard. I feel like he's just running me down through my sustain potion. That's a problem. This is a good tip. AX, hope you're doing well. Sounds like you're not. Don't know what to tell you. That's just how Pictomancer sounds. This looks difficult because, like any other artist, Pictomancer does not get healthcare. Oof. Yeah, you have to bring that yourself. Yeah, I hope you brought potions. Downing questionably acquired medicines to make do. Yeah. Thank you, Aerodil. I did see your summary. So really, let's see here, the double Automobs. Croc, Weaver, Triceraptor, Archaeosaurus, Bandersnatch, and Lion. Right. So anyone ready for me to die to one of those? Are you ready? Put your hands on the floor. Put your hands on the floor. Not in the air, because I'll be dead. Easier to join me if you put your hands on the floor. Thank you, Yannick. Is the Palace of the Dead for a reason? Yeah, it's not the Palace of the Living. That's not a cyclone. It used Chilling Cyclone, which was a frontal cone breath. Look, Chilling Cyclone. Yeah. It's not even cyclone shaped. Is this a croc? Like that meme, like the meme with the guy and the butterfly. Is this a croc? The Palace of the Dead is looking a little too alive. The local painter is thinning it out. Whoops. And next you're going... at least that foul breath was actually breath. Croc rubber shoe. Right. It's definitely chilling. Yeah, the worst part is that it went, oh, you dodged it? Right, I'll just throw a slow on you over there then, that you can't dodge. Whoops. Someone calls... Oh. Oh. Splat. Yeah, critical bite. I'm pretty sure you can't just call your bite critical. You have to crit it first. I use critical star prism. Nope, it's not how it works. Oh. Summarize be like, I use direct hitting Tendo Setsugeka. I just realized I forgot to paint. Then I have cooldowns on everything, so it doesn't matter. If it's not so critical, then just get hit by it. I don't want to give it the benefit of the doubt. It might actually be a critical. That would be really funny though. If the enemy just casts a thing that says critical on it, and it is. Palace of the mildly inconvenienced if you go as a group. Yeah, it is actually wild how big of a difference that makes, isn't it? I would even argue that just going as 2 vastly reduces the difficulty, because at worst, like, realistically, going as 2 is a little bit like if you wanted it to be, you could almost view it as comparable to how, if any of you have played Baldur's Gate 3, they added this honorable mode, which is a lot harder, but is also like single save. You can't load, it's basically hardcore mode. But the trick a lot of players quickly found was if you just leave one of your party members somewhere else, like at camp, then they can be responsible for resing your team if they die. So, like, basically, you increase the difficulty by, like, having one less character on the field. Oh, there's the Crocs. But you also remove the chance of losing by just placing a guy safely somewhere. It's a bit like that. Like going 2-man Palace of the Dead. You could do that. Just have one person, like, one plays the actual, like, carry job, or whatever you'd want to call it, and the other plays, like, I know, a healer. What are those? Those are my Crocs! I wear those! 2 of them. Ah, look, more purity. A cast direct crit Yoshiranryu, yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you overshoot what you can get away with, by having another player, they can just go and pick you up again. Yeah, I agree. It does look like a croc shoe. Maybe that's how they named it. What should we call it? Looks kind of like a croc, doesn't it? like a croc, like a crocodile? No, like a croc. In the original Baldur's Gate, it didn't work. Yeah, it was also not just... It wasn't exactly to slam on Baldur's Gate. It was more to say... You can basically do that. And that's like an actual thing people do in that game. You could do that in Palace of the Dead. If you're 2 players. Like, just 2. Like, it's not half as hard. Like, because you're twice as many players. It's way easier than half as hard. Because you have that, like, backup. Oh, Yannick, enjoy work. Clever use of game mechanics, some call it exploit. It depends on how bad it is, usually, whether you call it an exploit, I feel. Here's direct crit reawaken. Oh. My goodness. There is a lot of guys here. They're putting their hands in the... Well, actually, I don't think any of them have hands. Maybe the Tursus? Maybe it will put its hands in the air? These guys put their wings in the air. Ow. The reptile convention. If you clear honor mode, you do get a nice set of golden dice. Oh, yeah, definitely. There's also the whole thing of... Alright, this was a witching. There's also the whole thing of, well, it's about challenging yourself. So if you think it's fine, it's not like an MMO or something. Do what you think is fun, right? They have frontal limbs. That's true. 1 racing. Oh, that's one of... Oh, that's an annoying room. Wait, where's the exit? And that's a dead end, isn't it? No. Wait. Oh, there's the exit. The exit is somewhere. Thank you, Nox. Nailed it. Duh. Opinions, everyone. Which debuff is more annoying? Slow or paralysis? Thoughts? Hey, Serenity! We're slowly rebuilding our supply. Although, steel and strength, anyone? Okay, well, this is scary. I feel like we will have to fight something here. We have to fight something more. Yeah, I would say defensively, paralysis is scarier because it can exactly stop you when you have to move. Whereas slow doesn't really do that, but it feels way worse because it's consistent pain. Like, consistently slowing you down, whereas paralysis is just, well, sometimes. And we're still not done, apparently. Slow can often mean you run out of HP before enemy dies. Oh, yeah, that's true. I would actually rather fight the Vire if I have to choose. In Stone Vigil Heart, there's a 40-second heavy debuff that can't be eschewed. That's a... I just realized there was a Lindworm in there. Oh, nice! Just straight 50 HP in an instant. 40-second unremovable heavy. Are you sure it's not removable? How do you get that debuff? Like, that level of cruelty is usually something where, well, you didn't dodge, idiot. Isn't it? The first boss does it. Ah. Stone Vigil Heart is not to be confused with Dusk Vigil. Stone Vigil Heart is the dragon that does the big breath. And it summons ads that boost it if they... I believe it's if they die near it or something. Do I have to kill everything on this floor to escape it? Are you serious? Can I go home? Oh, I dodged! Sweet! You're already home. Oh, you're right. Ow. I dodged the... I feel like they've thrown away the key to the exit. Guys, enough risk looking for the pacifist route. What key? That key. Oh, wait. That's one of the easy ones. Sorry. For some reason, it didn't occur to me that that's not the scary kind of croc. Again, what key? Ah. Aha! There never was a key. Finally! Walk into a luring trap as I try to leave. Wouldn't that be amazing? Just want you all to know that last time I did a stream like this and got this far. Good luck, Zaf. I went like 20 floors without stepping on a trap. Mentioned it, and then I stepped consecutively in luring traps until I was out of pomanders to survive that. And then, like, I stepped in another luring trap. Like, I was like, well, if I step in one more luring trap, it's over. Boop, luring trap. Like, it was so... It was like the game just went, alright, comedic timing? Don't mention it won't happen. Well, let's see if that works. I already mentioned it. So far, we've gone over 10 floors without stepping in a trap. Yeah, wait for it? Indeed. I'm trying very hard. Be careful. Now I'm just running through a room. It's not very careful. Hey Steve and Merrick, hope you're doing well. Is that the exit? Yes. On an unrelated note, I've already forgotten most of the list that Yannick sent of these scary double hitter mobs. So hopefully I don't randomly pull something that I shouldn't. Got too caught up in the crocs. Proc V-Ray Triceratops until 170. Ah, okay. And so far I've only seen the V-Ray Crocs, yeah? Ow. What are you? Hey, Serenity! Now we're kinda okay again. On that. Thank you, Liv. I'm just calling it. When I finally want to exit, that croc is going to be staring at the exit. Or blocking off perfectly so I can't exit. Third leg forward. Can you quickly DoorDash me a 4-course meal? Yeah, real quick, easy. That's a big snowball. All right, Mr. Croc, get out of the way. I need to exit. Excuse me? Just keep looking that way, yes. Just don't look at me. Imagine if you could fall off here. Is this place frozen or full of salt? Originally it was frozen, but over the years they've replaced the snow. Underbite. That's a weird move name. Primordial Bark. Woof. Woof. That's what we're calling it. The Primordial Bark. Really? Oh, okay. Right then. Primordial Bark it is then. I'm not sure if I, like, it is a weird thing when you find the exit, you're like, right, now I just have to open a door. And then you just discover you have to kill so many things just to open the door. Ow. Bam 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 bam. Ba 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 ba. Ba wa wa wa. Ba 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 ba. I have not, Bits. That is interesting. Can raid boss auto still crit? I believe raid bosses stopped being able to crit after Stormblood, like with their auto attacks. Which suggests that bosses before that point were able to crit randomly. I don't know if they've like retroactively been changed to not be able to. But this kind of mechanic does sometimes like actively play with a boss mechanic. Like, for example, the final boss in Dunskaith automatically crits his attacks during a certain part of it. And Shiva Extreme automatically crits all attacks as long as she's using the bow. Snow is technically sand, isn't it? Because sand is just matter at a certain particle size. They had to remove it due to awareness as a skill for tanks. I honestly, Deathsin, I think they removed awareness and then also removed bosses being able to crit just generally because it's not very fun to play with. Like, just generally speaking, it's not very fun when you lose because the boss was lucky. And you might say, yeah, so why is it crit is in the game at all? And that's of course because you randomly critting typically isn't going to make or break the difference. Oh, look, there's a Triceratops. But if the boss randomly crits the wrong thing, then it's just over. Which is not very fun for gameplay. And then making enemies be able to crit and then just giving you the solution temporarily is kind of like pushing the problem down the road, right? The problem is still there. Wouldn't it be better to just get rid of the problem? Did that guy just double hit me? That guy just double hit me. Ow. He almost triple hit me. Hey Jake, good luck with your test. And that's also a rather short cone. I should have just waited for the shield to go. Dino's bites and slash at the same time with its tiny arms. Did a lot more damage than you'd expect those tiny arms to do. Oh, you're coming back the other way. Awesome. Could you have sent me a notification in the mail around that, Tonadon? Yeah. That would have been polite. Just, you know, let me know that you're coming to visit. That would have been nice. No, it's okay. I'm not mad. It's fine. I'll just, heat some food. I have some leftovers, surely. You know, you could say something before you just barge in. I cast thunder. Ow. Dino resisted thunder and will proceed to do the... Uh-oh. First luring trap. It would have been a lot more costly if it wasn't for the fact that I just so happened to have everything ready. But now we can leave. I cast Fist. It's a healing spell. Blinded? Oh, I'm sure that'll be fun. Finally a treasure. There was actually a treasure on a previous floor and I could see it, but it was right next to one of the danger mobs, so it's just like... Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'll just go without it. It's fine. Where is the exit? I'm looking for the exit. Hey, patrolling Pteranodon, can you... I challenge you to a duel. My turn. I cast Pot of Greed. Ah yes, Winged Muse missed. Course. Ah yes, Hammer Stamp missed. Meanwhile, perfect clean 100% hit rate on the filler combo. It is quite funny in regards to the mentor roulette, or rather the commendation farming to become a mentor for some players where they decide to go into guild hests, is that it is weirdly like a strange kind of like greedy method, because there are so many players that will possibly land in the duty with you that know you're there for the commendations, and so will choose to not give them to you specifically for that reason. But it doesn't change the fact that you can like churn through so many duties so fast, because guild hests are so short that it might even out anyway. Meanwhile, if you do a proper duty, there's a better chance you'll, you know, actually do something that might be commendable, so you'll get commendations. I feel like I kind of have to kill this guy. Ah, yes, Mark of the Ages missed. Wonderful. You know what? I'm scared. Don't Batterhorn me again. I refuse. Don't do it. That was extremely wasteful. A miss of the ages, yeah. By the way, where is the I can't see the treasure. Shame you can't pull them over the traps to trigger them. Yeah. It would have been pretty funny if you could. You drag an enemy over a luring trap and it just summons 3 warriors of light to help you. Because obviously it wouldn't hurt you, right? It was an enemy that stepped on the trap, so they get the curse, right? Yeah, most of the time, it shouldn't be hard to get commendations. But sometimes, it can be hard for some players. For various reasons. Sucks that I can only give 1 comment and see more than 1 person do well. That reminds me of, what's it, Monster Hunter Rise, where you can commend all 3 players, which led to the thing that it is basically just good manners to commend everyone. Because you can, why wouldn't you? It doesn't cost you anything, and it makes them get more loot, essentially. It gives people more stuff. Man, you hit hard, buddy. Oh boy. We fight the guy so we don't have to risk him getting the first hit. We probably do. Nearly 7,000 comms. That's a lot, Death Sin. I used to get a lot more commendations, but a large part of the duties I do with friends nowadays, which means I can't get any commendations. Or alternatively can't get very, very many. Like, that's also, like, from what I've seen. Is there a point to getting comms if you're already a mentor? There's a mount when you hit 3,000. Aside from that, no. That's a weird flex. Well, I mean, it's just how it is if you're in a duty with a pre-made, they can't give you commendations, so you can't receive commendations. Oh. I was actually pretty sure, now that you mentioned that, Ardell, I was pretty sure it already gives the Serpent haste and damage up on floor 70. It's just that it didn't matter at floor 70. I'm pretty sure it still did it. Oh, look, there's the Horde. Guarded by exactly the kind of mob that would cause me to go, nah, it's fine. You just have that. It's very likely that you got the same person twice there, Cyanide. If they clicked fast enough, and you clicked fast enough, that could be the reason. It's also possible that it didn't get the haste and damage up on the lower floors, Aradel. It's just more that at the lower floors I know for a fact that even if it did get it, no one would really care. At 70 it does get one of the buffs. These guys are really annoying. Like, they basically just go, oh, you have to stand there. Because they put up a barrier that you can't break in time. Like, even if I push it, like, I have to actually kill it before it finishes that. Otherwise, it's just... I mean... Hey, Darth! Yeah! Floor 169. Nice. A Triceratops, a Triceratops, a Triceratops. Is there anything other than Triceratops? Oops, all Triceratops. Yeah, no worries, Steve. I've mentioned this before, that personally I don't think I would have had the patience to do Palace of the Dead solo, just all alone. So I get it. Oh man, the big monster crits, fun. Imagine if you had like a good defensive cooldown, or you know, didn't just get slapped by physical damage. I don't think I can stop running. Ow! Big yowzers. Having defensives is overrated. Oh man, but I'd really like some though, if you have any. Got any of them defensive cooldowns? I have one. When it goes well, it's a 1 minute cooldown. Imagine if Palace of the Dead disabled your non-interrupt passive. Yeah, imagine. That would be really annoying for paladins. You can't Palace of the Dead as blue mage, right? That is correct. No Palace of the Dead for blue mages. I should have done that in a different order. Ow. You know what's really funny about this? I think this guy actually has the DPS to just kill me if it just stopped using Dows and Electrogenesis. Like, if it just stopped beating around the bush and just tried to kill me. It could. Ironically, it could do that if it just didn't do mechanics. It's a really, really funny random detail. Like, you might remember me saying stuff like that when soloing stuff as warrior. It's the same thing. Like, it has a tank buster that it just randomly fires. That's very effective. If it just did auto attacks on that, it would be winning. But every time it stops to do some other stuff, I'm like, oh, thanks. I'll use this. Sweet. Uh-oh. I forgot the part where I was slowed. It's been a while since it actually managed to slow me. Can you cast what's that? Yeah, that one, exactly. Thank you. Perfect. That'll do. I was just about to start talking about how I was running myself into a wall there. With the water behind me and then it disappeared. Alright, that's it. Enjoy your evening. So by the way, for anyone looking at it wondering why I'm overshooting so much to get it out of the water, I think when it's like running out of the water and just barely lose the buffs as it punches me, I'm pretty sure it gets the damage buff for those punches. So I don't really want to... I don't like that. Not a big fan. So I go extra far. evening. It's afternoon here. Well, it's evening here. Fire! And arrow. Yeah. We did it! We did the thing! You know, Surenia, in regards to that, with Blue Mage, they could have even customized Palace of the Dead for Blue Mage. They could have made it so that, oh yeah, well, you start with only Water Cannon, and then you have to, like, recollect spells. They would have to adjust things so that specific mobs in Palace of the Dead give the various spells that you would need. But they could do that. What if you were a Pictomancer who saw the same color spectrum as a mantis shrimp and you started casting stuff like Doom and Gerbil? Answers are almost impossible to solo. They give a dot, cleave, and stun. Oh yeah, I remember those. They're basically, if you pull one, you're dead. Vigo says good luck on the 108 boss. Thank you. I have not actually gotten to that boss solo. I've gotten to it like twice in a duo. We'll see if we can get further. Oh yeah, the gorillas that randomly give out Vuln stacks if you're nearby. That's fun. If I remember correctly, it's like this set of floors is like the worst. I'm not sure if the next set of 10 floors is also the worst, but it might not be a bad idea if I start actually spending my various Pictomancers now. Like those that I just have sitting on 3 and things like that. At least not, like, not all of them, but at least spend them down to 2, for instance. But... Oh, a treasure right next to me. Nice. Imagine if it was a mimic. Oh, free! Nope. Yeah, I zoned in to see big snow globs facing facing away. Uh-oh. I think I can just kill him. Run away! He's doing a mechanic! Just hit him. It's just a silver chest. It's just a silver chest. There's a Dalmel. A bear. A Dalmel and a bear. A Dalmel and a bear. Hello? Oh boy. Oh my... Yeah, you're right. Mimics suck on these floors. It's smacking me for 3,000 per swing. Imagine this, but with gloom. Yeah, you're just dead. Just dead. Just splat. Just thwack for half my health. You see, the thing is, if I wiped on basically any of these floors, I would be pretty satisfied. I think I've done pretty well, given that I'm, I would say, exceptionally bad at Palace of the Dead. But it would be so sad to just die to a mimic. Like, that would be so sad. Like, ooh, treasure. Nope. And it would be also exceptionally sad. So, you know what? Speaking of which, I should just use this. Just to see if we can push it. And be safer. When I die with all of this, would suck. So much. I should have used that earlier since I wanted to use it. But let's use it. Let's just do it. Let's go have a party. Schlap. Hey, Bandersnatch, you know what I think about your double hit? Oh. Of course. I think I'm in danger. Luring trap. Guys, I found the luring trap. No, I'm not blind to the 180 boss. I've also done it before. Just not beaten it solo. But the first time I went into the Behemoth boss, I was doing it with a friend, and we did, in fact, not look anything up. So somehow we made it, and then we lost. Because we didn't expect that. You know, I know things about Palace of the Dead. I just don't think I'm particularly good at it on account of not having done it very much. Like, shockingly, that means you don't have, like, I wouldn't have that much skill with it because I haven't done it very much. Like, that's the thing, is that I've only done, like, aside from this attempt, I've only done, like, one serious attempt at soloing. And the last time I did that was also on stream. Uh-oh. And that time I died in this set of 10 floors as well. Oh, nice, another racing. And I died to a luring trap, by the way. Ran out of racings and out of witchings. So I just kind of went, well... and died. And that run I did as summoner. But that also means that... I haven't had to do the run back very much, which likely means that I'm unnecessarily careful in lower floors. And not knowledgeable enough on the higher floors. That's scary. Don't do that. Don't use whistle. I know what whistle is, and I don't like it. Do you think I can kill a Bandersnatch? Opinions? Bandersnatch. Oh, don't glower me. Wham! I have to kill something. You know, Gleaming, a long time ago at this point, I did exactly do a... I did a run with some friends, and one of the friends did exactly like that. Although, the difference was that that friend, she knew that it was a trap. But if you used Moment of Sight so that she could see the traps, she would step in them deliberately because it was funny. We didn't finish the run. We reached floor 100, and then we kind of like were done for the night. And then we just never had time again. Specifically, the one that thought it was funny to like explode all the traps hasn't really played Final Fantasy XIV for like over a year at least. At least. Oh, the exit is down this way. Can always witching in a panic. That's true. I have one witching though, so you know. Probably not the best move. I also remember the the wolves from when we did a regular Palace of the Dead run back in the previous Mock-Tome event, I believe. There was a like a task. Oh boy, to clear Palace, like a Palace of the, like I think it was just to floor 100 or something like that. But we did a full clear, regardless. And I specifically remember, I'm pretty sure I was playing healer, and I felt very compelled to issue the dots. Or maybe it was Sip who was playing healer. I think actually it was Sip that was playing healer, and he felt compelled to remove the dots because, well, they hit very hard. Buddy, can you find a different, can you find a different path? Like, we're using this hallway, you know? It was just 50. Well, there you go. I was tank. Thank you, Erdel. It's the dog. The dog. Yo. Opponent of strength. I have 3. I'm gonna use one. Why are there so many of you? Wait, did I clear? No, I didn't clear the room. I just left the wolf there or something, didn't I? They should get lessons from Fubuki for their eye action. Yeah, they're not glaring super well. It's a glaring weakness of theirs. Are you serious? You were looking everywhere else, and now that I need the hallway, you're looking at it. Oh, ow. Yeah, I didn't want that strength anyway. That dot is lethal. It basically just nullifies the sustaining potion and then more. I don't think I can take a wolf without being fully prepared. And I'm not. Not really. Especially now. Everyone, look eastward, for the adventurer yonder is coming. It's very sad music. It's like the game is saying it's bad. Alright, guys. Kai is reaching the hard floors. Time to bring out the violins. Oh, never mind. Have you accidentally hit a second mob with a hammer combo yet? I have done that, but not on this stream. But I have done that. At dawn, look to the east. He caught me. Let's switch quickly. Guess who forgot to refresh their paintings? Guess who? Guess who? Guess who? Guess who? Guess who? If you guessed me, you're right. I dodged! Sweet! You better not be another mimic. Thank you. Monkey will probably require steel. Good, I have 3. That is, by the way, one of my biggest weaknesses when I'm doing basically anything open world at all on Pictomancer. It never fails that I'll run up to something, start attacking, and go, oh yes, my motifs. Those are something that I should have prepared. And a lot of the time it just leads to me either just awkwardly just slapping away at it. Or running away to try again properly. What's the relations, Arian? Monkey! Return to the monkey. Mini monkey. What? Looks like it's coming from there. That's gonna be weird. How big is this floor? And yeah, exactly, Zarian. That's just kind of how, like, soloing stuff as a caster sort of feels. Just kind of how it works. That you run away between casts, and then you just go blam whenever you can. No banana for you. No nanners. Can't have them. You're too fat. You're too big. You have to lose weight. Hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. Ew. We're finally back up to 3 of those. Nice. Yep, we're still alive. We've died once. We had a racing. Like, fortunately, I had the foresight to go, I'll probably die to something. And then we did. We died to a wolf. Are you serious? I, the mighty majestic lion. Time for my signature move. Cry. Really? That's what you're going with? Yes. Yeah. What of it? Oh, nothing, nothing. It's just... I know I was expecting something... like something else, I guess? Like just... cry? Yes. Okay. If you say so. Cry it is. Why are there so many monkeys? We reached the floor where monkey exists. Anyone need clearance on that? There are monkeys on this floor. You saw the monkeys, guys? You saw them, right? You saw them. We are on the floor where monkeys exist. Remember to refresh your buffs? Yep. Thank you. I was specifically seeing how, like, whether I had to. Do rage. Like, if you can get the buff to just last a minute longer by waiting with reapplying, that can be really nice. I had a feeling that you were going to do that. Can you stop? Are you done? Okay, you're not done. Are you done? Thank you. Alright, the other guy stopped. My turn. They want mine, not you. They really wolves down my HP. Yeah, they also ate my strength buff I had basically just used. Really cool of them. Oh, nice. Another racing. It's a lion. Are you also going to cry? Ow. Mark of the Beast! And now, for my even more powerful attack, cry! I feel like one of these things is not like the other here. Mark of the Beast. My double combo of Mark of the Beast into Cry will defeat you. Behold, Lion 2. Well. Yelp even. Whelp and Yelp. Oh, look! What was it with the Birds of Paradise? They had something scary, didn't they? Oh, they're called Birds of the Deep Palace here, but they're often called like Birds of Paradise, I'm pretty sure. Oh, look, there's also quirls here. Nice. Oh, another racing. I'm gonna need that. Where didn't the Birds of Paradise have something? All of these racings though, yeah, it's almost like game's telling me something. Hey, you're gonna need this. That is not the exit. But there's a treasure. You... Who are we kidding? It's a mimic, right? Oh, it's a lust. The answers are basically a death sentence. You pull it and you're going to die. Which means that it is very, very awesome that that answer is kinda making it sort of spooky to try and get into that other room. You pull, you tank. Oh, in this particular case, it's a case of you pull, you die. The answer just stuns you and you die. Like flat out, you just die. Like, you have to use something to stop it immediately. Or you lose. Well, I guess we're trying you then. Because we're not trying to fight the answer, and you're looking down the hallway. The answer was not. Thank you for the paralysis. Oh, now the answer's looking down the hallway. I'm going to time out. Can you vacate these premises? Thank you. It's a lot of lions. I've just realized that I have to either wait for the bird of the Deep Palace, kill it, or wait for it to leave. I think we're going to give it a try. Revelation. Revelation! Are you serious? The clock is ticking! Can you move, mate? Mate, can you move? Were you the Lust? Worse! You're deaf! Oh, there's a monkey here again. The respawns. And it's a silver chest. I don't really have time for this. Ow. You know what? Guess what, Ansu? Guess what time it is? You know what, Lions? Get one too. Get slapped. Oh, Victoria's music. I don't think I can make that. That was weirdly convenient. Alteration? I don't want that, actually. Ah, yes, monkeys in every room. Ah. In case you forgot, there are monkeys everywhere. Can you look into the wall? Like, please? Just to your left, just north. Thank you. Where is the exit? Where is it? I'm just being assaulted by a conga line of birds. Oh, the exit is open, guys. Anyone know where I find it? Have the whole zoo on these floors, yeah. I'm like, what kind of mob should we put on this floor? Like, supposedly really hard. I don't know, what, like, just random animals, I guess? That would work, right? Can you... Thank you. Ow. Oh, there are two of them doing it now. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. I'm getting monkeyed on, as you can see. You're just trolling me at this point. Too much monkey business. Ow. Yeah, I did see someone else mention that, Serenia. It is a little difficult because it's like, on the one hand, you kind of want to, like, you kind of have to use them. On the other hand, preserving them as far as you can would be good if, like, eventually they stop dropping at all. Where's the exit? And before I spent all this time clearing this side, and it's not here. It's not there. Oh, look, Monkey's back! Wee-hoo! Put your bananas in the air! For Monkey! Splat. Ah, yes. 0 HP. Still alive. I was so confident that it was going to be in that side. Can you look the other way? That doesn't really work for me. Not quite enough. Can you look away and get out of the middle of the room? Can you do that? Can you do that for me, Ansel? I'm not, Ronto. We're basically running the clock here. It was there all along. It was there, and I just didn't see it. Running down the timer. For nothing. For nothing. Me first. I slap you first. Oh, auto heal disabled. Well, I don't really care about that, but I really, really want to punch this answer. Why do the animals attack you while you're transformed, not each other? That is an excellent question. Why do manticores attack me when I'm also a manticore? Like, what's about it? Is my face weird? Like, what's up? I didn't do anything. I'm gonna slap you, but why are you attacking me? The smell? You smell like cherry pink dye. Not what a manticore's supposed to smell like. It's an Ansu. It's an Ansu. The other manticores think you have ditto face. I look at them wrong. You didn't do the manticore looking greeting correctly. And so, perish. See, if floor 180 was the last one, then this would have been a breeze. But the problem is that I need to actually use, like, I need to preserve stuff for later floors. But these answers are like, do you have a raging? I hope you have a raging. Otherwise you'll have to find a different path, I guess. And I need time for Behemoth, so I don't really have 22 minutes for these 2 floors. Before the boss, I have like 10. Are you winning? I don't know. I don't feel like I'm winning. And speaking of, I need to hold this steel and strength. Because I need it for the boss fight. But I get the impression that I can't really kill anything at this point without it. Case in point. What do we do? What do we do? How big is that? Leave me alone! I'm just trying to think while my weakness debuff runs out. Well, you have to be like this, monkey. Yeah, I'm sitting here like trying to think like mind space. What would someone who was more knowledgeable on Palace of the Dead do in this situation? And ultimately I'm drawing a blank. I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't like these answers. Do you just use raging and just barrel through and hope that you pick up another one? Exactly, Liv. What do we do? What do we do? It is quite funny to go, what would someone smarter than me on this do? And then just going, I don't know. If I knew, then I would probably be smarter on this. That's why I'm not. I figured it out. What you do is you pull the answer anyway, and then you just hope that you can dodge the stun or something. Ow. Well, the exit opened. I must Onka Bonka. And that's all that comes up. What would someone who's smarter than me on this do? And then it's just warrior going, Phil cleave it, I guess. That doesn't work. I'm out of options. I don't know, man. You figure it out if you're so smart. If Phil cleave doesn't work, then like I don't have any other suggestions. Usually Phil cleave works. So sorry. That's on you. You should have not chosen a challenge that can't be solved with Phil cleave. Oh, man. I missed one. Awesome. I feel different. That's probably nothing. I feel smaller. Weird. It must have been the wind just straight up turned into an imp. Yeah, indeed. This is new record for me, solo. This is new record. Cash Monkey. That's not Cash Monkey. It's not very Cash Monkey of you. Oh, right. Those are misleading because they explode wider than they look. Ow. Can you go back to the casting spells? Like specifically, every few seconds they pulse, and they pulse wider. As you can see. He's really, really spamming that one. Is it like an HP threshold thing, or what's going on here? What's the percentage of HP when he starts casting Ecliptic Meteor? Does anyone know? %. Okay, so I have to possibly stall when he's closing in on that if I'm not ready. Hey, Emir! Hope you're doing well. There's also the part that my strength and steel buffs are running out. So I don't really have time to stall anything. It's the hardest boss to solo. Yeah, this one. It's typically this one that is like the big problem. Like, not to say 190 isn't hard, but this one is usually the problem. Is this the only one with an enrage? The 190? I think the reason why your high didn't show up in was because there were too many repeated letters. Or symbols. Well, now it's finally starting to get really hard because my damage buff and damage reduction buff, my strength and steel, is running out in a moment. And I'm pretty sure I need that for the DPS check, so I guess we just die then. Whoa! He just slapped me for 5k out of nowhere? Like, I recognize that that is just because it was a crit. Cast something. Maybe not that. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Got into what? Was it 8%? Yeah. No. I can't do it. Not without the strength and steel. And you saw how much he was doing, just generally speaking. I'm not just going to let him have me. I'm going to try my best, but I don't think this is happening now. That was my best try. And yeah, even if you have racing, if you die, the boss is not in combat for a second, so he just stands back up, like he just heals back up while you're racing. So yeah, that is, again, as I said, duo Palace of the Dead is more than twice as easy as solo. Because you also get that. Like, racing just becomes even better. You can just stand up again and it's fine. Yeah, this might have been possible if I hadn't been forced to run out all of my strengths and steals. Like, everything. Like, I don't have anything that can do this. No, you see, Brontum, I used the Pommand of Sigma earlier. That is the, that's the strength one, right? Like, I'm out of that. I don't have the strength. What's it, Boss Lightyear going, I can't do this. I'm out of that energy. Command of Ligma. Well, that I think that's what the yeah, that's basically what Behemoth is using here, as he just ran over to the opposite end of the arena and went, "Trounce, mate?" Oh, your smudge is on cooldown? Well, don't mind if I do. Yes, that was the moment of Ligma. I'm telling you. You could try Lost at 25%. The problem is getting him to 25%. Like, without steel, I can't reliably get him to 25%. It was a miracle that I did it the first time. Ow. I mean, Buzz Lightyear is a character from Toy Story. It's a meme. Yeah, exactly. Nice crit, thanks! That is exactly the reason why I'm basically, like, I'm running myself into a wall because I need to use Smudge to, like, run him out so he doesn't get free auto attacks. But also, if I do it at the wrong time, he'll just go, thanks, and then just, like, run over to the other end of the arena and trounce me, and then I die. It might be possible to get him to 25% this way, but it'll take too long. It took me 1 minute to get, like, 18% off of him. So I have the time to be, like, if I keep up this exact pressure, I could do it. I could kill, like, I could get him down. I have enough time to do that. Keeping up approximately this pressure. Actually, I think I need more because it, like, I haven't gotten him another 6th in the next minute. And I'll have to hold cooldowns when we start to near the 15% mark. That's just, it's too much. It's too much! Ow. Ow. No, don't hit me! Cast something! Thank you! Hey, can you cast something again? Oh! Oh, it seems to be working. Can you cast something? Just cast Charybdis. You know how that works. It's pretty effective. Ow. Pretty funny that it worked twice. Hey yo, can you can you cast something? Wow. It's kind of working, but then again I'm like getting run into a wall, so not really. Use trounce. Yeah, I knew you couldn't not do that. Hold my hand! Or cast something, that also works. Just cast something. Hey, cast something! Ow. He did cast something, but he also punched me. I went, yes, sir! Cast something. That is something. Oh man, it's a long walk, buddy. Ow. Please keep casting. You know what the guides say, bro, Behemoth? A, B, C, yeah? You know the ones. Ow. Ow. No, don't run away from me. Hi. I'm the one running. Ow. That's cheating. You can't, like, that's not how that works. Cast something. Cast something more, please. Ow. Hey, a new high score! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Bronson. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Oh, man. Proggers. I was actually, like, I had reached a point where I was just hoping that we'd at least survive until the clock ran out. But, not even that would Behemoth let us have. Let's all blame the answer. Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't for the answer, I probably would have had a strength and a steel. Now we need to do all 180 floors again? Well, yeah, that's how it works. Not tonight. Not tonight. I think we have time to start another run. But not finish. Viper time. It could be Viper time. It could also be Reaper time. It could also be something else time. Do we have multiple jobs people want to see me try? Turned enough hours in tonight. That is true. That is true. Hey, Kinrao. Hope you're doing well. Some off-screen grinding. Well, that's where it goes back to what I said before, Ymir, that I don't actually have the patience or interest to do this sitting alone. I think Emir says machinist. Thank you so much for the gifted for the super chat, Emir. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Are you sure it's not better to do a vote? Because I just written this vote. Emir says machinist, by the way. A very big machinist. Can't argue with that. Get the gun. Based on what I've heard, Warrior being easy to do Palace of the Dead with also sort of ignores the part where tanks typically have the weakness that they rely on traps to do some of the heavy lifting. Which means that while it is easy to do, mechanically it does require that you recognize some challenges. Hence, Viper and Reaper just sound boring, like you have only 2 buttons. Well, the thing is, a ranged attack, notably a good ranged attack, is insanely effective in Palace of the Dead. And Harp is actually a very good ranged attack. Just relatively speaking, it also generates resources as of Dawn Trails, like that makes it even better. Did you know that Warrior can solo Palace of the Dead synced? Well, here's the thing, Brontome. Actually, all jobs can solo Palace of the Dead synced. That's a cast time, yeah, but it does a lot of damage. It does a lot of damage. Yeah, I guess we will try with Machinist then. That was a close one, by the way. Just a moment. Let me just take these off the bar. I think I ran through 140 sustaining potions in that run. I'm thinking if I forgot something. I don't think I did. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, roll actions. I cast gun. Forgot to pick up milk. Ah. Not the milk. The many first floors are always the relaxing part. That is actually something that I hadn't considered, General Kaiser, was the fact that since Red Mage can basically dual cast sleep whenever they want to, they can just pause any fight if they need it, which makes the fact that they need to cast for cure less of a problem. But that is true. From that to Eureka Authors. Yeah, well, Eureka Authors, just like Heaven on High, sort of skip the easy part, or at least make it substantially shorter. I have a feeling that with Red Mage, it might be very significant to keep track of what mobs are susceptible to sleep and which ones are not, so you don't waste it. Because when you get high enough up on the floors, wasting a cast on using sleep for nothing might be death. Yeah, definitely, Necrophits. Having a slow and a bind might be helpful on these floors. It's just, I believe on the higher floors, it's more likely that enemies are just immune. And hilariously, as is tradition, the scarier the mob is, the more likely it is that it is immune. That is like the classic. It never fails. Oh yeah, because sleep is AoE. If I went to get some milk, I would return. There's something quite funny about the fact that those low level, like those mice, They don't die to the weapon skill. They die to the auto attack that follows immediately after. Hey, strength. I'm just running into all of the traps. You can see like what's actually happening here is I'm using idiot math to my advantage by increasing my average traps stepped in the earlier floors. The game will be like, well, he already stepped in like 30 traps, so now we can't give him any traps when I get to like the higher floors where I don't want to step in any traps. Like they'll have to give it to me because I already got my bit of traps. You see? They're pretty smart. That's how it works, right? Right? Alright, Bestie. No worries. I have my Steam set to a setting where Steam does not pop up at all for me. I get a notification and maybe I'll check my notifications like once every few weeks. And I'll be like, oh, someone actually wrote to me. Oops. I think that's how I've set it at least. Ow. No sustaining potions? We don't need them yet. I have them. Yeah, pretty much, Fast Day. Can you write Kai for something? Sure. Did you write him? Yeah, I did. I tried. I really did. He just didn't respond. Just sent like a letter. By bird. By pigeon. By answer. Just body slams my mailbox. You guy, I wrote you but you still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. Please call me. You wouldn't ignore us, right? Well, you don't write me on Steam, Ymir. Like, just for starters. Sip says, I write to kind of Steam. You don't, actually. You don't. Yeah, you can do it now, Sip, but you said that you do, but you don't. Like, you don't, generally speaking. So doing it now doesn't actually prove anything. How do you know that Sip does not write you on Steam if you don't check it? Guys, rewind the tape Anyone remember when I said I check it every few weeks, maybe? Oh, that's a silver chest. In my defense, I'm blind. Our attention span does not go back 10 minutes. Ah, yes, the power of chat. I think I just missed twice in a row. Your Honor, my client pleads brain rot. For the world of man to slap, man must drag the world. Oh man, I'm missing a lot here. Stormtrooper aim. Oh, what? You're a lot of people hiding behind that corner. Surprise. We unfortunately, we got Behemoth down to 8%, Yannick. And then we died to Ecliptic Meteor. My strength and steel ran out in the middle of the fight, and I didn't have replacements. So I just couldn't do it. And I had racing, so I kept getting back up and kept trying, but without steel, it was just random luck that I got him down to like 50% on the third try. It was very unfortunate. I blame the Ansus and the monkeys. I'm sorry, Emir. In my defense, it is kind of brain rot, isn't it? It's also funny. For the world of man to slap. I have to say, this is much easier. Who needs cast times? Oh, maximum and wow! I have more MP. You see it? Isn't that wonderful? Imagine if Machinist had something to spend MP on. Oh, hi Dead End. We meet again, Dead End. But yeah, in fairness, we might still had wiped with strength and steel. The reason why it didn't go so well was exactly because, like, we couldn't really set up Lust leading up to the last bit. because I couldn't stand still for that long, and I needed to basically constantly move. So I couldn't easily do Lust and set up the Vuln stacks without steal, in my opinion. So it kind of just didn't happen. But we definitely would have needed that as well. 8% would mean that if I'd done 30% more damage, I still wouldn't have done it. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah! Running around at the speed of a frog. Ow. Leave me alone! Was the issue of timing? Oh yeah, also that. In Heavensward NPC, both Bard and Machinist kind of had like stances, I believe. That like it didn't actually matter that they were stances you could switch into, because they increased your damage by such an astronomical amount that it wasn't really a question. You had to do it. But they both had cast times on their weapon skills in that. It's an interesting solution to the problem that ranged physical jobs have constant mobility. That's a little bit broken. Yeah, Wanderer's Minuet used to be that, and if I remember correctly, it increased your damage by, I can't remember if it was 30, 50, or 70%. But even if it was just 30%, it was just, you just click it. It's just, would you like to do 30% more damage, but you can't move? I guess I do. The textbook way is to start exactly when Beheath is about to cast something else. Right. What's witching? You use it and then nearby enemies turn into various critters. It sort of varies how strong they are depending on the critter, but the long and the short of it is they do a lot less damage and they can't use any abilities, so particularly handy if you run into something that has a lethal action. You know, like an Anzu waiting to body slam you. You just tell it no and turn it into an imp. I think they could move but slow. I'm pretty sure that it was like they could slide cast. I'm reasonably certain that the casting wasn't the same as it is in PvP now, where you could kind of walk. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like that, but I haven't like looked deep into it, so I'm totally okay with being wrong on that. Does anyone know that played at that time? Please don't go. Please don't. Oh, okay, in game. That's okay, but please don't do it. Do it for realsies in here. Enjoy your evening. Blam! Yeah, I didn't either, Rust. I'm just based on what I've heard, it sounded like it was more like Complete full stop. And given the kind of jank that AR and Heavensward had, it would surprise me greatly if it did have something as convenient as being able to walk during it. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds too good that you could walk somehow. The double. We get 2 of them. Wow, more witching. Ow. I found another trap, guys. I found the trap. It's okay. There's no longer a trap in that room. In case anyone needed that. There is no trap in that room. You can safely stroll on through. The Minesweeper title. I remember my first run, I believe it was of Heaven on High. Like my first run of that, where we actually went for the full 100. I'm pretty sure I was playing Machinist in that. And hilariously, like because I hadn't like maxed out, I still needed to grab like silver chests and stuff. And I was so consistent at picking up silver chests and them exploding on me that my team told me to stop taking them. Let someone else do it. I was basically cursed. So that was fun. Using slug shot to shoot a slug. Yeah. I just need to find a split and can shoot that. Oh hey, a toad! I don't have a toad shot. That would be a really funny title. MPs. Well, that would be a pretty funny title. But could you imagine if players tried to do that in like matched parties? Just have people like actively running around like they're drunk because they want to run into traps? This one was the steel, I believe, so I can take that on the way out. But, In the meantime, more XP farming. Yeah, welcome back, Ceres. Yeah, we died to Behemoth. So at least we didn't die to a random Ansu or something. But I will blame the Ansus for the loss. Because I believe the main reason we did lose was because we were completely out of good Pomanders by the time we got to Behemoth. Also not a random Mimic, that's also true. Oh, another strength! Yeah, I think Brontome got you there, Cyanide. All we had left was the Pomend of unfortunate crits. Yeah. We also had the Pomend of lack of grit. We took too much damage. Oh boy. I just remembered too late in the cast that I had an interrupt. Pomend of de-aggro. Yeah, if only we had Pomend of keep aggro through death. Wouldn't that be something? Weirdly on the nose. I have a feeling if I'm going to wipe early on this run, it would be because of me randomly jumping around so aggressively. You know, Bronzom, I wish Behemoth could have heard you. He would have probably had let us have it. Pomend of no die. Pomend of no ecliptic meteors. Stop, this isn't you. How about a Pomend of Comet? Oh, that would be something. It is really random that they have Behemoth use Ecliptic Meteor and then, like, the rest of the mechanic isn't there. So they go, what do we do about that? Just make it so that Ecliptic Meteor doesn't one-shot you, I guess. I actually had a duo run with a friend that failed because we pulled like a slime and then just kept going pulling more stuff. And then suddenly it just exploded. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted membership, law-abiding Pokemon. Thank you so much. And enjoy, nom nom nom. Enjoy the emotes. And the power of membership. Of the Cult of the Pink. Why am I getting so many steals? I have a step 3 now. And another trap. I dodged it, but it wasn't even looking at me. How does that work? Twink. Fortune. I guess. And thank you celebrating 6 months. Half a year. Part of the Cult of the Pig, Bronto. 7 months next week. Even better. A random question. How would you react if one day you woke up as your Final Fantasy XIV character? Well, first of all, I would be a little surprised that I was suddenly a woman. And I'd be, like, substantially shorter. So I'd probably be walking funny. But I think my character's a lot cooler than me, so probably would get over it eventually. Just, oh, cool, I can cast magic. Awesome. Dealing with having no ears. How do you sleep? Quantum says these say free. I hope that means you still get the super chat cash for these. Now, the free one, like the one you used and the one Cyanide used, is free. It basically comes as part of your membership. You get one of those every month. I'm pretty sure. As like a way, like basically, if you buy a membership and then cancel it, then like it means that next time when you don't have a membership, you can buy a membership and then you get like the announcement that you bought a membership, right? So by continuing your membership, you get like that instead. I think. I guess you get both. So a little weird. How do I take care of these scales and how do I hide these horns and tails? Yeah, see, the big question there, nom nom nom, is if I woke up as my character, would I wake up as my character in this world, or would I wake up as my character in Final Fantasy XIV? And can I use magic? What if it's this world with magic? Awesome. Yeah, then we're immediately in the territory of how do I hide that? Because that would probably be a problem. Which one financially supports you more? The thing where you like do the ow. Oh, you're dead. The thing where you do the announcement of like the how long you've been a member, Bronto, I'm pretty sure gives nothing. But it is part of the package of being a member. So like me going, oh, you didn't pay for that is like, yeah, you did. Like that one's on the house. An actual super chat gives something, whereas that one is like, that's part of the membership. So like that one doesn't really count. Between super chats and memberships themselves, I'm pretty sure it's like same seas. So like that's pretty much up to you. Of course, a super chat of greater value would be worth that much more value, like relatively speaking. I'm pretty sure it's mostly same seas. So you don't have to worry about that. Then I won't announce my months. Why not? Why not? Make sure if you wake up as your character, make sure it's ninja so you can use hide to bank saves. I mean, if you woke up as your character, surely you'd wake up with what your character has. Why would you need to wake up as a ninja? How much would it cost for Kai does an X on controller? An extreme on controller challenge? Thank you for the super chat, law-abiding Pokemon. I don't know. Usually, I know that a significant amount of people watch because they enjoy watching me enjoy playing the game. And I find it really rough to play games on controller. So it might not be very enjoyable for you to see. Can teach you how to play on controller. No, it's not about needing to learn how to play Cyanide. It's the simple fact that I'm I'm not a controller enjoyer. I might try it one day. Yeah, exactly, Ham. Kai plays on controller, the other 7 players are from chat, and we do remote extreme, so Kai can just lie in the corner. Yeah. We don't even need 7. Like, legitimately, just to put it into perspective, back when Monster Hunter World came to PC, I played so much of it. I reached the point where there was basically nothing left in the game for me to do, aside from just grinding decorations or whatever, before Behemoth was actually put into the game on PC. And I concluded that, well, given that there was nothing more in World, I guess I would have to get another Monster Hunter game. So I bought a Switch who play Generations Ultimate on, specifically. And I didn't get, like, I got a decent, like, amount in the game. But I eventually lost interest because I'm just not, like, I just don't enjoy playing controller that much. Ow. But I'll keep it in mind, law-abiding Pokemon. Good luck, NPC. Well, that's an awkward chest to find. Controller could possibly be something for dailies with a twist. Yeah, it could. I actually remember that I almost did that. Like, I almost did that. Like, I was looking into controller setups. But then it occurred to me that if that challenge was picked, I would have to be like, well, I only set up controller for, like, this one specific job. That would severely limit it. And we also learned on the dailies with a twist that the challenges that affected just me, in particular, specifically playing with only one hand was not super interesting because it doesn't look any different from your perspective, even if it's very different from my perspective. And controller would be like that. It would look different because my UI would look different, but it wouldn't be quite like how, like, for example, playing with the UI turned off or playing like this. Targeting on controllers a pain? That could be. I'm sure that's something that you can still learn, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's a lot harder. Playing ninja with bananas? Yeah, exactly, Darth. That is the thing, is that for that, with a twist, it would just be considered difficult and a challenge for me, because I don't play on controller. Which is, of course, means that the players that normally play on keyboard themselves would look at it and go, oh, this looks confusing. Whereas the players that normally play on controller anyway just goes, well, this is normal. Right? Quantum says I could care less on the gameplay. I'm fishing for the heel dance stream. Mirror the game screen so left is right and right is left. So that would be confusing. You just make it upside down. But yeah, exactly. When we did the dailies with a twist, like it was usually a vote on what the twists we're doing. And it was pretty common that the challenges that affected ultimately only me, which would be like, you can only use your left hand or you can only use your right hand, for example, so mouse only or keyboard only and things like that, weren't that interesting. People didn't choose that one. People wouldn't vote on that. And my guess is that it's because, like, yeah, you could see on the camera that I was, you know, playing with one hand. But it didn't look that much different. It just meant that I was keyboard turning, right? Or I was clicking everything. So it was more likely that something like walking only or no UI or first person only, things like that were popular. That's also why I ended up doing something like the 5 button challenge instead, because that was also fun. But that also had a huge amount of setup for everyone involved, which meant that we often spent more time on the setup than doing the duty. First person for the current experts might be somewhat hard. The first boss in Ghost Park, $5 for a no gear challenge. No gear in what? Shannon says I'm on the opposite since I started on PS4. Now that I'm on PC, I don't know, I just can't use my mouse and keyboard. I mean, that's fine. There are PC gamers that play Final Fantasy XIV on a controller. It's just a preference thing. That's also exactly what I think Darth was kind of coming from, is that playing on controller is only a challenge insofar that you don't know how to do it, or you haven't learned it. What you're used to is not hard. Possible challenge idea, no AoE, tanks can't use mitigation, but you still have to wall-to-wall. Lots of kiting. Would look funny for people entering the stream. You know what? The interesting thing is that low-level soloing dungeons has a tendency to turn into that. Because tanks generate healing with their 1-2-3 combo. But yeah, that would look insanely strange for people coming in. No gear challenge. I mean, you know, actually, just the other day, or somewhat recently, I ran Sastasha synced as Gunbreaker with only a weapon. Well, I was wearing gear, but it was like glam gear because we're modest, right? We can't go and do Sastasha in underwear. That's weird. No standing still challenge. Oh yeah, that sounds that sounds annoying for a from the tank POV. A tank just running around like a madman. But yeah, when I say Sastasha's really, really easy, that's what I mean. All jobs can solo Sastasha synced. Gunbreaker can do it with just a weapon. They might need a few potions for select few pulls, maybe. But they can solo it without, like, with just a weapon. Black Mage cannot move challenge, you can only move with your dash. That would be an interesting... that would be an interesting, at least, practice to do. Because something that can be hard to learn for some black mages is to actually use ethereal manipulation. Like, actually use it. Because often they'll just, like, maybe they'll do an instant cast and then just shuffle over because they don't trust ethereal manipulation will work. But if you challenge yourself to go, no, I have to ethereal manip, then you might actually, like, get really good at it. Get really good at tracking where everyone else is going so that you can use them to hop. Is no one close to manip to? Well, yeah, that's something you also have to learn. You have to manip in time and have to be somewhere close enough. Which is, of course, a lot harder if you're not allowed to move without manip. Do black mages move? First person Wondrous Tales? You see, that's actually pretty funny. Wondrous Tales has gotten harder since Dawn Trail, as far as I know. Like, I'm pretty sure I have not been served a Realm Reborn extreme in my Wondrous Tales since Dawn Trail. At least not since I reached level 100. Unbind movement keys while playing Black Mage. And that would also be challenging. Yeah, as I think Fem said this earlier, suggested that to pick it up to make a new character, that can sometimes help. Depends on the person. And something that is important is like that is also like, that's a similar tip to what I usually say when people say they have trouble picking up a job that starts at a higher level, is fill in your bar one button at a time. When you understand the toolkit you have at that level, you can put the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing, right? But by gradually filling them in, you have a chance to like learn the things step by step instead of just getting all of it. This also doesn't work equally well with all jobs. Like for instance, Red Mage is really awkward to do that because its toolkit doesn't really make that much sense at the low level. Like you'll have situations like, oh yeah, you're missing half of your AoE. Weird things like that. No dodge minimum item level expert. Is that even possible? Wouldn't you just die to vulnerability stacks? Also, by no dodge, does that mean you just have to choose somewhere to stand and then just follow the boss around? Or like, how are we doing that? Because technically, like that would only really consistently work with like a ranged job. Because if you're a melee, you can just be like, oh no, I'm not dodging. I have to follow the boss. It's moving. It becomes difficult to judge whether that's cheating. Remove a trial resets if we crit. As long as the mechanic doesn't instantly kill you, you have to stand in it. Ha! Like that. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Steve. That's also sort of like what I've suggested is like work your way through dungeons. Like maybe not every dungeon, but you could do like, you know, Sastasha and then jump to something like Bravelock's Longstop maybe. Like, you know, jump like increments of levels. So that it gets it's like that so that you gradually introduce buttons without it going too slow. Like, if you do every dungeon, you'll have, like, 3 or 4 dungeons where most jobs learn nothing. Like, case in point, how many things do White Mage, or Conjurer even, learn from level 18 to 29? Or rather, 19 to 29. You could also do some Fates, that's true. The reason why I specifically suggest dungeons is because, like, you could also do Palace of the Dead. But I feel like you wouldn't exactly learn how your toolkit works in Palace of the Dead. You'd learn how your toolkit works in Palace of the Dead. Like, if you learned Pictomancer in Palace of the Dead, you'd be at a, like, you'd be lost once you have an enemy survive over 2 hits for the first many floors. Like, I just realized that these lizard boys that use these smoldering scales here that I didn't even realize they did that. Like, I had completely forgotten. Because I don't think any of them were allowed to do a thing when I was running through this on Pictomancer. Because at this level, I would have Living Muse. So I just run up to something, fire and red Living Muse, dead. So that can be dangerous. But yeah, exactly, Dart. It kinda depends on the job. Among all the jobs that start at higher level, it depends on how acquainted you are with the role. Like, for example, with Viper, doing a level 50 dungeon is almost the same as doing, like, a level 30 dungeon. And Pictomancer doesn't actually get very much from level 30 to 50. It's like Striking Muse, I think. And like extra steps to their AoE combo or something weird like that. So it is difficult how much you need. But I think the easy way to go about it is also just to like look at the toolkit and ask yourself if you get it. And if you don't get it, that's when it is convenient to go, well, I'll do a dungeon in the appropriate level range for the tools I don't understand. But yeah, that does remind me, Perrin, of... who was it that did a run of Thordan normal? Without moving. Like a full party beating Thordan normal without moving. I recall there were some challenges where you actually needed to heal pretty heavily because you would be like... just get smacked by something that you're supposed to dodge. But it was doable. It was possible to beat Thordan normal without moving. Synced. Yeah, chains, exactly. That's the painful one. I think there's also proximity AoEs. It's been a while since I stepped in a trap. Game? Any traps? Eaten Ramu without moving. You just get yeeted. Oh, whoops. We have that boy. Oh, level up. What? Are you serious? It was actually a mimic and a mimic. What are the chances of that? Leave me alone, Dullahan. There's something more important than you. Get slowed, Lamau. We just witness mimic birth? Yeah, I'm not sure. The second one were mega potions. Which, come to think of it, I should be using probably. I think? Yeah, something like that. That is always a fun one, Brontome. When you have that friend who's been playing an MMO or just like a multiplayer game for a while, and like they give you advice. They're well-meaning. They're not. Are you serious? That's a lot of mimics. Like, they're not trying to lead you astray, but they learned the game by just trying stuff. And as far as they know, the way they usually level jobs, for example, is by doing Palace of the Dead. And that works. And they think it works well. The problem is they didn't try anything else. Like, that happens sometimes. That's actually like a common thing with some myths where people say X is the best to do, is they didn't try anything else. Which also makes sense. Final Fantasy XIV, just as an example, is a game that takes a lot of time. So if someone goes, oh, this is the best way to do a thing, it's unlikely they've tried others. They've just tried that one a lot. They don't have time to try something else. And in case that something else is worse, why should they bother? The fact you can turn on walk only and still dodge everything in Thornton is telling. That does not surprise me. And yeah, I agree with that, Darth. That's also part of the reason why I don't typically recommend that. Like, generally, when I give advice for alternative... Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Hey, man. How's the weather? We're in a dungeon, I guess. Anyway, see ya. Is that confirmation bias or plain bias? It's a combination, I think. I think it's mainly just bias. The thing is, the most common one I see that with is with stats, specifically like less popular stats. Just to give a clean example, because you probably know that that's where I'm going with it, is that the most likely player to speak the praises of tenacity in hard content will almost always also admit that they do that, and they've done that for years, which means that it's very unlikely they've tried without it. So they're basically going, tenacity is the best stat for savage rating as a tank. It's so good. Makes you so tanky. But they've never tried without tenacity. They might actually not have a good reference point for what is tanky. It's a bit like it's a bit similar to how if you are playing with someone who exclusively plays tank, for example, right? Exclusively plays tank. They might have no reference point for how tanky non-tank jobs are, so they'll assume that everyone is made of paper mache and will die from one hit. Because they don't know how tanky you are. They know how tanky they are, but not how tanky you are. So they might be extra scared of you over-aggroing. Because they don't know. That's also like what I ran into earlier, was that when we were on those high floors as Pictomancer, the mobs that I had not seen swing at me yet all hypothetically did infinite amounts of damage because I don't know how hard they were going to hit. Like, I wouldn't know until I pulled one, which means that aside from going, well, I know the answers kill you, so don't pull those, anything else was like, well, those mobs can double hit you, but like, if they hit for 500 per swing, then I don't care. Like, I can survive that. But if they hit for 2,000 per hit, then I do care. But I don't know how much they hit for. So I'll have to assume they do infinite amounts of damage until proven otherwise. Yeah, that's also true, Ham. The sad part about that, though, is that that's more a case of in Dawntrail content, like most content doesn't do enough damage to threaten, like immediately threaten a damage dealer or healer. Like in a dungeon, you can absolutely take a hit. Absolutely. You can take a few hits. But the tank can take a lot of hits. But yeah, specifically that one with tenacity is particularly funny because the players that would have enough personal data to suggest that tenacity is good, like they've done a lot of content with a lot of tenacity, will be unlikely to have done a lot of content without tenacity, meaning that they have no point of reference for the opposite. So they know that tenacity is really, really good, but they don't actually know if tenacity is what makes them so strong. Like, they know that they're doing really well. They don't know if the tenacity is what's doing that. And if they're better than the average player, like the average tank, they might they might believe that the reason why is because they're stacking tenacity, not because they're better, just because they're stacking the better stat. But yeah, basically that is that a lot of things in a game like Final Fantasy XIV is like, for you to have actual experience with it, you would have to have probably spent so much time with it that you don't know the alternative. Which is why often it goes to math. Which job can do the most damage, hypothetically, if they play it perfectly. Doesn't matter that you can play this niche job better than the average player. Because the data says right here that your job is weaker. Because that's all we have. Because it would take too long to actually test all of the jobs in a proper test. Brontom says, in the case of the Palace of the Dead thing, his particular case whether it was old information, didn't see that there was a change in the dungeon XP. Ah. There's that. There's also that I remember... Oh, whoa. I remember in Stormblood that the queues for things were so long as a DPS that was what caused me to switch to tank. But looking at the queues for things as a DPS these days, at least on Louis Soir at the time where I usually play, it's not that bad. But the thing is, I might have just gotten more patient since. I don't remember how long was long in Stormblood. It's also possible that things have made the queues shorter. It's not just people wildly exaggerate DPS queues, I feel. Probably. Possibly. There's also the part that often when you hear that the DPS queues are extremely long, it is often that what data center it is on is left out. It also depends on a lot of other things. If you're queuing for something specific, it makes sense that the queue is longer. But I can say specifically that in Stormblood, the queue I had trouble with was Expert Roulette. Or level 100. Like, I can't remember if it had switched to Expert Roulette yet. But, like, that was basically the one that was taking too long as Red Mage. Like, the queue was too long. Nowadays, it's not that long. But maybe it's because the amount of time that is normal now was also normal then. I just was more impatient then. So like, I don't remember the exact number, and even if I did, I would probably have remembered it wrong. Because I probably had, at some point in my life, gone, it's probably not that number, because that wouldn't be that long. It has to have been long. Like, if your point of reference of how long you think is long changes, you will probably also just remember that the queue was longer, relatively speaking, retroactively, because your memory isn't that reliable. The max level roulette is also a bit of a trap in terms of rewards. That's true. Once Expert Roulette switches and there's both max level and level 100, not max level and Expert, the max level one tends to have significantly inferior rewards, relatively speaking. Jose Rithian, the new guy stream running statistical analysis on Final Fantasy XIV data. Oh, that would be something. Yeah, that's exactly the problem, is that while we have the data, what we're often missing is more like the more practical stuff. A can do more damage than B, yeah, but like, how hard is it? How well does it do that? Are there things we're overlooking? Jose, silly. Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops. I'm guessing I'm pulling a little too aggressively right now. Didn't actually want to fight two things at once. You know, nom nom nom, the funny part about that is that the owl was the one who slept me in the first place. I just straight up just break your legs and then go, oh no, I have to save you now. Throws you away from the train tracks that you were stuck on because they broke your legs. a 30-minute queue as tank for final day. That doesn't quite surprise me, because I remember, like, I believe I fought Endsinger on the Sunday, like in the release weekend or early access weekend. But I went in as Scholar, even though I did everything else as Summoner. Both the trials, I basically had to go in as Healer to get the queue fast. I think the only dungeon I have completed with duty support in Endwalker was the first one, and I'm pretty sure I've done that specifically in the context of a video. Also screaming, my turn! Yeah. They changed that, right? They made it so that Thancred either doesn't say that, or he says it in, like, a little less aggressively. Isn't that what they did? And yeah, that's a classic Sally. That is the worst part about having this data, is because there is a percentage of players that both can see the FF logs and understand them and recognize that it's not that bad. It's not that important. Like, all the jobs are viable. You don't need the best of the best to win. But for each person that is like that, there's a bunch of players that just don't get it. Like, they just don't get it. And when they're put in the seat of the leader, that can sometimes get really awkward. You know what, Rithian? Speaking of that, like, back in Shadowbringers, the free company I was in from Stormblood, I eventually left it, but the free company I was in Stormblood, there was someone in it that was like, by the way, guys, a little insider info. Who knows if it was actually, like, real or not. Don't know if they had insider info, but they were like, you should level your trusts because it'll be really important in a future patch. All that it gave you in Shadowbringers was a title and the ability to... In Shadowbringers, you only were allowed to use duty support the first time, like when it was MSQ relevant. After that, you had to actually level your trusts. Once they reached max level, you unlocked both a title and the ability to rerun duty support, like the duty support version. In Endwalker, they of course removed that and just gave it to you. But I'm just saying, that wasn't super impactful. So I felt a little burned by that, because I actually went at leveling that quite aggressively to be sure that I was on it, only for it to lead to basically nothing. I haven't really leveled trusts since Shadowbringers. As I said, I've done like one dungeon in Endwalker with them. Swimsuit gestohlen. Eh. You know, that's even sadder, silly, because that even more so aligns with what I've said before. I'm sure many of you have seen me do that thing that I do where I say most players read FF logs where they just see the list of names. Like they just see the jobs in order, and that's all they care about. They don't look at anything else. They don't actually see the difference. Oh, I should not have opened that. Remember everyone, don't combat loot in Palace of the Dead. It could be a mimic. Not beating the Freerin allegations, no. I had a lot of mimics this set. But yeah, it's very likely that what happens, Sally, is that you have to remember when you go into Party Finder, especially, there's a high likelihood that some of the players that are put in leader positions are not, like, first of all, not made to be leaders, like they're not good leaders. But it's, also very likely that they don't want to be leaders. But someone has to post a group, right? Someone has to do it. You might forget the tail if you don't battle carve. The only reason why I battle carve the tail in Monster Hunter is because I've seen monsters despawn before I could carve them in like multi-target hunts. So you can say whatever you want. I'm carving that tail before it despawns. You can say it won't despawn, it's okay. I don't care, I want it now. Just to be sure that I got it. And yeah, of course, Ellie. That's what makes it better when you yourself are leading, right? Is that if you're good at it, then that helps. What level is the level 30 floor boss? That level 40 something? I have to say, this is the most just mindless kill things. It's a lot easier than both Summoner and Pictomancer. Just run at things, shoot them. Very nice. Very, very nice. Isn't it floor 40 where it's 59? It's okay, Aradil. Thank you. And thank you, Sally. I'm pretty sure I was under-leveled when we did this on Pictomancer. I wonder why that was. Like, I'm pretty sure it was like level 46 or 47. But I'm pretty sure the reason for that is, as some of you saw last time when we were on these floors on Pictomancer, I basically just ran up to something, and then it died. Even at this point. And then a few levels later, it like the potency on living muse basically doubles, making it even more insane. Which meant that I didn't really see enemies do anything. And if you kill things fast enough, well, then you're faster to leave the floor, which means less enemies will respawn. And I don't know if I'm killing enemies faster as Machinist. I don't feel like I am. And I haven't been getting as many strengths, so that certainly slows me down. And I haven't been using Wildfire, although I feel like most mobs here would die before Wildfire would resolve anyway, so... Here's the thing I just realized that annoy me. The Scions have 4 cannon caster DPS and not a single physical range because Graha gave up Bard and Archer. Well, I mean, if you get that level of magic, why would you play... Like, why would you use a bow? I guess. Like, he basically came back to the world like, oh yeah, you already have level 80 Black Mage. But you have to level your Bard from 50. Guess I'm a Black Mage then. But that is weird. The Scions are extremely heavily leaning towards mages. They have like 1 tank, I think. Or is it 2? 1 or 2 tanks. 2 healers, I think. And then just a bunch of casters. And then Estinian. Alright, Graha has a little bit of everything. I can't remember, is Vuklabat in the trusts? Only duty support. Alright. Well, in that case, yeah, it's like 2. And then Graha is an all-rounder, so like... You have Alphino and Urianger, and then also Graha. And then you have Thancred and Graha. And you just have a bunch of mages. And Estinian. You just, Estinian just like, I'm here too, hey guys. Sup? Stola can go White Mage. Does she go White Mage in trusts? Or does she just go Sorceress every time? Because I know, like, Alisaie can go healer in trust. So, who knows what rules they play by at this point. Yeah, exactly. Alisaie and you're still locked in as DPS in trusts. But indeed, they are a little bit more flexible when they have to, for like story reasons. I do think it is hilarious that Alisaie has a green red mage icon. Like, that ever happened is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, it's 100% cursed. Oh yeah, did Alphino have a red sage icon? I'm guessing is if you're a healer in a specific section where he's the only, like he's one of the three. Let's do one more so that we actually finish at level 60 at least. The blue orbs? You mean the Noliths? I know you want to fight me, Ogre, but like there's rooms to be explored over on this side. Wasn't there also like a December event where there was specifically a quest where you played the owl piano? Or was that the quest in Ishgard? Well, let's not forget, the Warrior of Light can do a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. Let's not forget, they're also a stealer of pants. They can do a little bit of everything. Would be even funny if you need to have Bard unlocked for that quest specifically. That would be pretty funny. You have to unlock the performance menu. Oh, hi. Oh, dead end. We meet again. What is the most canon job to the Warrior of Light? Oh, that's hard, because I feel like the canon job for Warrior of Light changes each expansion. And like, usually what determines it is what job are they in the expansion trailer. Which sometimes gets weird. Like, if for instance the Warrior of Light is two things in the trailer. I'm pretty sure in the Stormblood one, the Warrior of Light is both samurai and monk. Like, he's samurai in the sections happening over in the east, and he's monk in the west. Speaking of weird, auto crossbow. Oh yeah! Wow, I'm sure I'll use that a lot. boy. How to gag with both. Yeah, the problem with that, Rythian, I think, is because, let's be honest here, it's very easy to make like melee jobs, tank jobs look really cool in like a fight scene or something. It's kind of difficult to make like, I don't know, a black mage look like super cool in like a fight scene as like the centerpiece. By comparison. Yeah, they could pull off a red mage probably. Just have the scene where they do a melee combo. Oh right, dead end. We meet again. I want to see Durpland as a white mage. Yeah, that's exactly it. Is that I think the coolest kind of situation you could put a black mage in such a trailer would be like casting some complex, powerful spell while the group holds back the enemy. Which means like that's cool. But it would probably be cooler if the hero then was the character protecting the black mage, right? Yes, we died on the behemoth fight. Trailer starts, black mage starts casting. Trailer ends, black mage finishes casting. Accurate black mage experience. Something like that. Oh, Serenity. Aha! We have put debuffs on you on this floor. You'll find the cure to your right. Ah. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with casters, is that most situations where you could make a caster look really awesome in a trailer, it usually involves some melee or tank guy in front of that caster also looking awesome. The difference is that that melee or tank guy probably does something that looks more interesting for a trailer. So I think that's typically what ends up happening. Why they end up putting the hero essentially in a melee position, because it's really, really hard to make something other than that look cool. But in retrospect, I agree, they could probably have made something cool with Red Mage. First thing we see in a Black Mage Warrior of Light trailer is them using triple cast. Look, I'm calling it now. If Black Mage is the trailer centerpiece job for an expansion, it would be an expansion where Black Mage gets heavily overhauled. Like, it actually gets massive changes. And, like, of course, the development team is so confident in said rework that they're going to use it as the flagship, right? I have data to suggest that this would happen, because Dark Knight was the front figure for Shadowbringers, and Dark Knight got reworked in Shadowbringers. There you go. The only time Warrior of Light would be a healer is if we get a melee healer. Probably. Yeah, that's a good point, Nom Nom Nom. Didn't Yoshi P say something about playing Pictomancer a lot in Dawn Trail? Maybe that would open a door here. Not necessarily a good door. Like, I'm just saying, from what I know, the jobs that have been reworked, like substantially reworked, generally speaking, have not been super well received in retrospect by the people that mained them. like, Dark Knight's rework was reasonably well received by players. Now, players that mained Dark Knight, I don't know. They might have liked it initially, but, like, look where we are now. Pretty sure the Dark Knight we have now is basically built upon from the Shadowbringers one. Did Monk get any rework in Stormblood? They did get some changes. They lost Touch of Death, which was a secondary dot they had. They also lost some few other actions that were removed basically from ARR Heavensward days. Stormblood was also the expansion that added job gauges. So you can, as you can imagine, that scary. You can imagine that Greased Lightning was just a buff before that. Just a buff. So, like, yeah, in Stormblood, basically every job got some kind of change. And if they didn't get any major changes, if they had a dot that was just kind of there, they don't anymore. Like, you could take Dragoon. Did Dragoon get changed? Well, they lost Phlebotomize, which was a dot that they just had in addition to Chaos Thrust. Like, they just also had that. I think they also lost, what was it, Ring of Thorns or something like that, which was like an AoE attack. Which I think comboed with Doomspike, but then they gave them Sonic Thrust. So I was like, oh yeah, you get a different one. It's fine. I'm mildly concerned. I don't know how much damage Eyes on Me does. Coming with Heavy Thrust, sorry. Which is even weirder. Heavy Thrust was a standalone button, like just a weapon skill that gives the damage buff that Disembowel gives now, essentially. Which meant that, like in Stormblood days, the combo sequence for Dragoon was like 9 steps because you did Heavy Thrust, then one full force. No, wait, was it 11 steps? I guess it was 11 steps. Oh yeah, and you also had Impulse Drive back then. That was actually the weirdest thing I remember. Before Shadowbringers, Dragoons had a level range where the optimal rotation was to click one button, despite having more buttons. When they got Impulse Drive at like level 6, that was the best button until they got Disembowel, which comboed after Impulse Drive. And it, like, that basically meant that was still your best option until you got Full Thrust at 26. So you just had like a 1-2 combo that didn't do anything. Or you didn't want to do anything with. For like 20 levels at the start. Like, at the start of your experience of the game. Like, here's your True Thrust. Here's your Vorpal Thrust. Here's Impulse Drive. It beats both of them. On average. Yeah, that's also true. Wide Volley used to be a thing that bards had. It also used to have a different icon. But yeah, to circle back on that, basically all jobs got significant changes with Stormblood. But a lot of them wasn't like quite reworks. Like how we think of it. So this is the AoE rotation was basically Heavy Thrust, Ring of Thorns, Doomspike spam until you need to put the buff back up. That also, like, just that not super relevant for like actual like optimization or anything, but I feel like having your damage buff lead into an AoE attack as an option at all makes it feel a little nicer when you have to use it on AoE. And compare that to modern Dragoon, where you still have to like sometimes use disembowel at lower levels to set up. The key word being sometimes, because sometimes it just wasn't worth it if there was enough targets. And yeah, that is an interesting thing, Sally. I feel like for a lot of players, the problem might not necessarily be that the jobs don't get, like, that their toolkits kind of blow at level 50 when they get, like, level 50 content that is quite, like, there's a lot of it. I think the problem is often more likely something to the effect of the things that really are awesome about the job you just don't have for way too long. Like, for example, Dragoon wouldn't feel as bad at level 50 if it had Sonic Thrust. In dungeons specifically, because in dungeons it matters that your AoE, like your AoE is awkward. And there's probably a lot of examples of that on the various jobs. Like, case in point, Viper is kind of awkward when you get synced down to 50. Because you basically don't have any OGCDs. Like, you straight up just have a 1-2, your combos with just 2 buttons. Nom says, one thing I missed from before Shadowbringers White Mage was I missed throwing rocks at people. You know, speaking of which, I think it's really weird that White Mage starts with Stone 1. And, like, given how syncing works, under most circumstances, you will have replaced Stone with Stone 2 by the first dungeon. So, you will basically almost never see Stone 1 cast. Ever. I noticed in Hero on the Half Shell as White Mage that the sound effect for Stone 1 is actually pretty nice. Haven't played New Dragoon Downsync yet. Is it still just Jump and Dragonfire? Well, you don't have Spine Shatter, but yeah, you have Lance Charge, Jump, and Dragonfire Dive. Stone 1 used to not be upgraded to Stone 2 because it applied the heavy debuff? Oh, right. That is true. Back in the day, casters had a tendency to have like a spell to slow enemies with. Which kind of makes sense when you think about it. In an open world situation, an enemy walking up to you and just smacking away at you, kind of a problem. At least hypothetically. They kind of fixed it nowadays by jobs being so strong that it doesn't really matter. Like Blizzard 1 used to apply heavy. Like 40% heavy. Just as an extra little side bonus. And I believe Miasma for Scholars and Summoners applied heavy. And Ruin 2 applied blind. And I imagine the reason why they kind of went away from that design was exactly what Sally said. Oh, yes, awesome, I have Stone 1 that applies heavy. When do I need that again? But I guess in that case, it kind of makes sense that they give you the stone for damage reasons. When you can do dungeons. Exactly 2 fights in Heavensward. Which fights were that? A6S and 8S? 8S. Oh. Quarry Lake. I don't remember if I used the sight on this floor. Oh. That looks a lot scarier than it really is. This is an example of what I was talking about before, is that if you haven't taken the hit, you don't know how much it's going to deal. Then you see it and it's like, oh, 500. Whatever. But that is something that I feel like is a little bit missing nowadays in Final Fantasy XIV. On the one hand, removing those quote-unquote pointless buttons that you'd never need makes the game feel a bit more like streamlined. On the other hand, it's a little strange that basically all the casters, they could have had any spell, but they just only know how to do a lot of damage. This doesn't look like floor 151 nor Pictomancer. Yeah, well, Coco, I died. We died, and then we had to start over. And now we're a machinist. Hope you're doing well, Coco. Like, what I mean by, like, casters could have had any spell is, like, if you think, like, for instance, Dungeons and Dragons style, what you'll see is that a wizard has, like, 2 or 3 spells to kill with. And then the rest is, like, various utility buttons, because you don't need 300 different ways to destroy your enemy. Fireball will do just fine. What floor is the title? 200. And we died on floor 180. Yeah, exactly, Rythian. The sad part is exactly that. There was a time where the Warrior of Light wasn't so focused on just violence. There was a time where White Mage had a heavy. There was a time where White Mage had a bind. Fluid Aura. There was a time where Black Mage had a slow, like a heavy, and a bind. And you used to have various, like, utility things. And this is something where, like, other MMOs sometimes do a little better, because they just go, and so what? You have a lot of buttons. Or they just, like, specialize your toolkit so much that, like, you don't feel like you're missing it, because you hardly have anything. Alright, Harry Potter, welcome to Hogwarts. The spell that wins fights is this one. Thank you for your scholarity. Enjoy your scholarship, that was it. Take that. Casters still have sleep to reduce the violence? Yeah. Yeah. That also used to be exclusive to Black Mage. Even imagine having even more buttons to press and burst. Oh man, I can't wait, Perrin. I would actually think it would be... I would think it would be incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. If, in the next expansion, Dusk Walk or Dusk Road or whatever you want to call it, who cares? Eventually we will. That like 10 more levels and they just give you 5 utility options. That would be amazingly hilarious. Ah yes, level 102. You have learned Break. I got what? Break? Yeah, this, you know, the spell that Gratia uses to, like, basically stun lock the enemies. We used to have Break. It was a slow, well, a heavy, 20%. It was a roll action in Stormblood. You rarely wanted to use it, but you had it. At 104, you learn Invisible or something like that, which allows you to actually, like, basically do the same thing as a ninja does with Hide, with a spell that you have a cast time on. Why would you do that? You wouldn't. But it would be a spell that would make sense for black mages to possibly have. And at 108, you gain... the Paladin gains Flash. It does nothing. It blinds enemies. By the way, all enemies in Continent of 108 or above are immune to blind. So it's not particularly helpful, but you have it. Yeah, that sounds... that makes sense, silly. That's the thing in turn-based games, I would guess, is that to even bother setting up a buff, it has to make your next turns substantially better as a result. Or it has to provide you something that cannot be done otherwise. Otherwise, it's better to just burst the enemy down before it becomes a problem. Why should I set up a damage reduction buff if I can kill the boss before it hurts me? That actually also applies to the Crystal Project, where I've talked about a bit recently. The speedrun strat in that game is 4 wizards, 4 black mages. You just power level through, kill everything. Just rush through everything by casting fire. When you get flare, you do the same thing on bosses. Because who needs a tank if the boss is dead, right? Who needs a tank if the boss is dead? Because that can be really, really hard to balance in a turn-based game. Wizard 101 is a turn-based game. High-end raid teams are 3 supports, all buffing the DPSs. 1 big spell that one-shots everybody. Oh boy! Glorious! It's the anime protagonist move. By the power of friendship. Exactly, Han. That's the classic. That's also how Final Fantasy XIV works, weirdly. Why would I choose a defensive stat when I could choose damage? Damage makes the enemy do less damage permanently. Damage reduction just makes it for a while. That doesn't seem particularly helpful. Talk no jutsu, yeah. I use charm. Wait. When did you get here? What are you doing here? And why are you behind me? The 10-year-old Pokemon strat. Yeah. What would you like Sword Stance? It makes your physical attacks do double damage, basically, by doubling your attack. Why would I choose that when I can just use Flamethrower? Which Sword Stance doesn't even boost. I could just use Flamethrower and the enemy is dead. Why would I use a setup move? Liv says, this is also a thing in Warframe. Players have gotten so powerful that now the best crowd-controlled enemy is a dead one. I would actually say, as someone who played Warframe many years ago, that that is not something that is now a thing. There was that raid with like 8 players that eventually got removed, where you tanked everything with a Valkyrie, because she was invulnerable during her ultimate. And as long as you could maintain that for a really, really long time, it didn't matter that things did a lot of damage. You just tanked it because you were invulnerable. Which eventually led to Valkyrie's 4 getting nerfed a bit. But same thing. Like Warframe, because of the customization you have, as far as I recall, has always been about exceptionally overwhelming destructive force. Is that wrong? Like, is that incorrectly perceived? I've not quite gotten used to having drill. So our gun's getting that strong. Fair enough. I remember at least back when I played Warframe a lot, that the craziest stuff you did was usually like still resolved with a frames ability. Oh, like something like XP farming. You just put someone with big AoE. Make sure they have infinite energy. Things like that. I feel like that's a long time ago that was something that people did. Back when Mesa's 4 was just hold the button and it auto-targeted enemies at random. Just shot them. So you just had a Mesa holding left click. You just like just hit scan, immediately kill things when they're in range. Guns just end up mattering alongside them. That's good. Around the time where I kind of stopped was in the days of sliding Atarax memes. There's this mod you could use that made your slide attacks have amazingly high crit rate, and then you could also combine with mods that gave you crit rate from your combo and increased your combo timer. It just slid around the room, one-shotting everything with well, basically, if you haven't played Warframe and not looked into the numbers on it, let me put it like this. Imagine if you could reach 100% crit chance in Final Fantasy XIV. Imagine you could reach that with a regular attack. What would you do with additional crit chance beyond that as a developer if you didn't want players to feel like crit chance beyond 100% was wasted? What could you possibly do? What if you could double crit? Like, what if you could crit the crit? Like, basically, you guarantee the crit, so you just roll for the super crit instead? They already increased guaranteed crit damage in 14. Oh yeah, I know, Zaf. That is true. The extra crit goes into combating the enemy's ability to block a crit. Oh man. Is there any reason to stack anti-crit in this way then? As in the chance to block a crit? Like, is there any point in that? In a PvP context? Or do you just go, well, if I just crit them first, it's fine. You know how second tier crits are orange and third tier crits are red? Yes. Some time ago they actually added a feature that tier 4 to 6 are red with 1 to 3 exclamation marks behind them. Ah, they should have just used more colors. That would have been way funnier. Alright, nom nom nom. Enjoy your evening. Or enjoy your night, I should say. Wow, this is perfect. This is the last mob I had intended to kill. 60. And we're at floor 39. Oh yeah. This is a really awkward level for Machinist. Your step 3 is weaker than your step 2. Really awkward. Blam! Seems like things are getting heated, yeah. Not everything, though. Not the clean shot. That is one of the weirdest things with Machinists, in my opinion. They get the 1, 2, 3 combo upgrades at, like, randomly between Heavensward levels and Stormblood levels. Oh wait, you're almost dead. Alright, I should kill the ads. Wait a minute. Ransom says, I think a hard cap on crit just means that the bad stats, determination and directed, in Final Fantasy XIV's case, become more valuable and less like a, well, I may as well since I can't put crit stat. Probably. There is actually such a thing as soft caps. A lot of the time, the soft caps are also, like, in games like this, are dictated by the capacity to hit the hard cap. Like, if you just look at it in a vacuum, crit chance, soft cap, is 60%. Nope. 58%. Because if you have 58% crit chance and shoot a thing that is affected by Chain Stratagem while you're receiving Battle Litany and Devilment and Wanderer's Minuet, then your crit chance is 100%. If you had 60 or 70% crit chance, and you also benefited from these buffs, then your crit chance would still be 100%. Hence, soft cap. Directed also has a soft cap in that also. There might also be other soft caps, like actually implemented, but theoretical soft caps as simple as, well, you can actually max it out. Zelly says, I still think crit should be split into crit rate and crit damage. I think splitting it into crit rate and crit damage would be really awful in an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, where you have relatively little control over what the stats on your gear are. What I mean by that is, let's say you're a casual player. You don't Savage Raid. For some reason, this season's crafted gear has a ridiculous amount of crit damage on it, but not that much crit chance. So your crits are like 100% more damage. Whatever. 100% more damage. But you have like 7% chance to crit. That really sucks. On the other hand, if you had like a season essentially where the crafted set was really high on crit chance, then it wouldn't suck as much, assuming that crit damage is still okay without any benefit. They could of course increase the base crit chance to compensate for this fact, but that's part of the reason why I generally like look away from they should add separate crit chance and crit damage stats. I would say they should, like, in terms of stats, in my opinion, what I think would be interesting is direct hit has to go. It's crit again. It's basically crit but worse. Instead, make crits actually do like impressive damage when you crit, and then make crit the stat just increase crit chance, and then, you know, balance it so that it's okay linearly. It's impossible to balance it well as long as it scales in this quadratic way that it does. Now that you don't have direct hit, you could put a different stat there. You know, one that does something interesting. Also, while we're at it, replace skill speed and spell speed with speed. That's more interesting, because that might actually give a chance for some jobs to actually care. Paladin might actually care about a little bit of speed if it affected both skill and spell speed. Just a tiny bit. I don't think they would really care because their burst is so lopsided anyway, but maybe. Maybe a little bit. Like, if you had 4 filler GCDs in your burst, then maybe your average would be even better. You could also call it haste, sure. But removing direct hit, you could also make tenacity something all jobs could use. You just make it something that all jobs could use. Because, hilariously, I would say that DPS are more likely to find tenacity useful than a tank ever would. I don't know about piety. I would say it would be good if that one got more things than just MP recovery. Alternatively, just make MP recovery more relevant. And then in regards to the remove direct hit, you could put something else in there. What it should be, I don't know. I don't know. Cooldown reduction. But yeah, I agree, Sally. That's also why, like, they could make it so that that piety increases healing done on top or something. Parents is removing directed and just having crit. People will complain that passing is now 100% just crit RNG. It is 100% just crit RNG at the high level, but it'll make foes complain louder. You see, the problem is, Perrin, the reason why it is all crit RNG is because the meaningful stats are basically flip a coin. We actually talked about this earlier on the Discord server. That in World of Warcraft, when someone has a really good pass, it's not necessarily about crit RNG. Like, sure, a lucky crit and a convenient order of mechanics might also play a part, but because crits are not the end-all be-all, there are other meaningful stats. That's usually not how it works. It also helps that in WoW, you don't have you don't have like a 2-minute cooldown that just does damage. Usually it's some sort of buff that makes your attacks do damage or some combination. It's usually not just one thing, so that, oh, you didn't crit it, too bad. You generally get to use your big smack a lot more frequently. But the way they do it there is they give you something, like they give you different stats that are all meaningful. How would you make how do you make stats other than crit meaningful? How do you make other stats than crit more meaningful is, well, if you didn't have like a big burst button that basically only benefits from crit and things that increase your damage numbers, then other stats would be more meaningful. Like, again, in WoW, haste means you get more of your big button. Versatility just makes the baseline better. It's basically tenacity. And crit usually matters the most for specializations that have procs related to crits, or if the other stats don't matter. And then they also have mastery, which is one of the most, probably the most interesting stat in WoW, aside from haste. Haste is fun. Like, imagine, for those that have never played WoW, imagine a stat that basically, essentially, it does something unique to your job. Something your job would appreciate. What that would be is hard to say, because like most of the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV sort of work without it, because they were designed without it. It could be something as simple as paladins get more block chance, or even block power, and then also it increases your damage. Usually they do that for tanks in World of Warcraft. They make it so that it does some defensive thing, and also you do more damage, so that it can compete with haste and crit and such. But it is rather specific. Like, you have cases like, oh, Frost Death Knights, they do more frost damage, but they also do physical damage. So the mastery is rather specific. It doesn't improve all of your damage, but it improves specific amounts of damage substantially. Warrior gets more passive health regen. I could imagine that Warrior got something like, when you use Bloodwetting, the barrier you apply is bigger. Maybe also you receive more, like, that it heals more. And then also you do more damage, in general. But something you could imagine that your job would appreciate, or would be interesting, but also probably a way to either increase what it's intended to do. Like, for example, Selly said, maybe White Mage's mastery made it so that their Lily spells do more healing. And then also that the White Mage does more damage, because otherwise it can't compete with actual damage stats. Usually a thing with support jobs, or specializations. But if you had stats that actually could compete, so that different specialization, or different jobs had different preferences, then it wouldn't all come down to crit luck. But because crit is basically the only competitive stat alongside direct hit, which is just, well, direct hit, determination, and crit. But basically what decides whether you got the big best pass is whether you were luckier than the other person. That's more so because you don't swing often enough with your big hits. Like, if you had more frequent attacks, like the more attacks you do in a fight, the less likely it is that you'll get the super lucky move, like the super lucky pass. But this is particularly prevalent or problematic when your job has spikes in potency, which all jobs have. Like, spikes that are infrequent. Like, case in point, tanks have their big button that happens every minute or so, sometimes every 2 minutes. Like, Gunbreaker has their Let's Go Gambling Lionheart combo that does like 3000 potency over 3 attacks once every 2 minutes. That's a pretty significant difference whether you crit those or not. So he says it doesn't help that crit-based procs are non-existent aside from Monk these days. Yeah, that's actually interesting because Bard used to be apparently completely off the rails busted in like Stormblood. Because Bard's dot ticks procced repertoire when they crit. Which means that early on in the expansion when your crit stat was a little low maybe, your your repertoire sucked. Then as you got better gear with more crit, it just went crazy. Sally says, I've seen people so worried crit will die, they prefer crit being the king over having other stats mean something. I'm pretty sure the problem there, and this is something that came up a while back, like in Endwalker, I made a video where I basically said all of the stats in Final Fantasy XIV are boring. And I don't think I'm wrong on that. But the counterpoint to that is that like 99.99% of players, if not even more than that, don't care about stats. Like straight up, they don't care. Among those, that massive percentage, some don't care at all. Like they'll wear anything. They don't care. Some percentage of them care enough to just look up what is best. And then among the players that do care, those are the ones who figure out what is best. Which is the same as I previously brought up how, like, in WoW, they used to have talent trees, then they removed them because everyone just copied what was best anyway. Then they re-implemented them. But when they re-implemented them, they added a copy-paste button. Because they know you're just going to copy the best builds. Like, who cares, right? But that is the thing, is that builds in RPGs and MMOs are somewhat, like in RPGs you can often get really funny with it because it's just you. If you can't win, you can't win. You have to change something. In MMOs, while you can get creative with it, you're essentially holding back the rest of the team if you're choosing something suboptimal. Hypothetically, anyway. So most players just choose what is best, and they don't care about, like, figuring it out themselves. And because the vast majority of players don't care, like, if we should, like, the hilarious thing is that if we combine the fact that most players don't really care about stats, they just want to play a game, right? And combine it with, it's a little annoying that how much damage you do is heavily dictated by how lucky you are at times. How do you resolve both things at once? I'm pretty sure there are MMOs where, or RPGs for that matter, like games, where there is just the item level. There's just an item level. The item level dictates how much stats you get, and the stats you get are health and damage output. Nothing else matters. Destiny 2 is just item level. There you go. Exactly. That's the way to, like, basically reconcile the most players don't care about the stats, and somehow the stats are getting in the way of the enjoyment of the game for some players, is there are no stats. There are no stats. Just put on the thing that says it's stronger. It's stronger, trust me. Hey Tina Elite. We wiped on floor 180 to Behemoth. And then we pushed through to floor 40 on Machinist. Sorry, we wiped to Behemoth on floor 180 as Pictomancer, and then we procced back to floor 40 as Machinist. Sen Lodel says Destiny 2 has way more than item level. Okay, fair enough. There's specific armor stats and weapon stats that affect damage and survivability. Fair enough. I don't know. I just take took people's word for it because I don't know. I know there are games where there's only item level, or the stats are so like whatever that it might as well just be item level. Like Final Fantasy XIV could reach that point. We have been in a very long time where it's really specific cases where you would choose a gear piece with less item level because it has better stats. But that is like a way you can go about it. There's just the problem that some players care a lot about the stats, and some players that don't care about the stats don't care so little that they would be indifferent if the stats were gone. Like, it's still awesome when you get the piece with a good stat, right? It's still awesome when, like, if you don't really care about optimizing your gear, it's still kind of sweet when you're like, oh, I got a new gear piece, and it has the good stat on it. Like, even though you don't really care a little bit, right? A little bit. And yeah, exactly, Strat. That is ultimately what it circles back to. And that's also what came of the video that I made, is that I said that it would be interesting if stats had more, like there was more interesting, meaningful choice in stats. But there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. If there were 4 stats that all were equally meaningful, but it depended a little bit on what job you were, what was best, well, people would find out which one was best. Done. The end. The same thing as if, like, a common problem with Final Fantasy XIV as it is right now, with the way rotations work, is that if you gave jobs more options for their rotation, like back in the day, jobs had several combos they could go through. But if we still had those, there would be a correct answer. There would be a right answer. And adding the wrong answers there basically just makes it harder for new players, because they have to figure out what the right answer is. They, like, when they figure it out, it's done. It's like the Magma Rager from Hearthstone. Ah, yes, a 3-mana 5/5/1. I'm sure that'll be good. Oh, they deleted it for free, basically. That's a bad card. That's something you have to figure out. You have to figure out that that's the bad choice. Or you know at a glance. It's also an option. I see, Zindodal. It sounds like, while there are options, it's Destiny 2 sort of runs into the same kind of situation that Final Fantasy XIV does, that there is a clear winner, so people just go for that. But that is what Strat is saying, is basically what it all boils down to, and the only stat in Final Fantasy XIV that ultimately suggests that it would hurt someone if we removed stats altogether and just called it item level is speed, because that actually does something. And I guess tenacity and piety, because they actually do something other than damage number bigger. And I don't have a good solution for that. Ultimately, the way the game is going, speed is less and less popular with jobs. And adding more and more long cooldowns that do a heckin' megaton of damage only makes speed worse, relatively speaking. So at some point, it might as well just go whatever, and just remove it. So I don't have a good solution, because I don't think just make it all ice metal is a good solution. And making 4 new stats just makes it complicated for new players and might make it even harder to get the optimal build for your specific job. But it would only be fun for the math nerds. At least I definitely feel like MMO players want MMOs to be more like card games in the flexibility based on preference department, when most MMOs just don't work that way. And yeah, that is actually an interesting way to put it. Yeah. In a card game, precisely, you might have like the same kind of deck as a lot of others that play that specific type of deck you do. But you might have chosen some sort of specific nuance because that's your preference. In an MMO, you choosing that preference is a DPS loss. Don't do that. And it's not Final Fantasy specifically. It's just optimization. We've talked about it. That I could say, oh, well, in Dark Souls, stacking HP is pretty good. But optimal builds don't do that, obviously. Take almost any game where you have flexible choices. A lot of the time, there is a correct answer. Even if it looks like there isn't. Just, yeah, exactly, Saf. Just don't get hit. Wizard 101 is a card game MMO and has a decent chunk of this flexibility available. As long as your deck includes the best options, the rest isn't gonna get people mad at you. Huh. That's a funny way to put it. Well, as long as you're using Battle Boys on cooldown. And yeah, exactly, Strat. That is actually an interesting example of what I'm trying to get across with World of Warcraft as well, is Path of Exile has an enormous talent tree and enormous customization options. But because of that, there will be better options. You could argue that anything works. Like, maybe the balance is perfect and anything works. Like, you could come up with any build that uses any combination of actions. But anything works. What do you mean, Coco? Where's the shelf? It's there. Off screen. Anything works. But in a system where anything works, something works better. Some things just work better, and when you start to optimize, and gamers often do, it's not about what works, it's what works best. Exactly, Strat. What people call it these days is, if you're not doing X, you're basically trolling, right? You're basically griefing, because you're not choosing the obvious better option. Why wouldn't you? And in some cases, with some games with more flexibility, the answer is, well, this is more fun. I find that specific strategy more fun. Like, I mentioned that I'm absolutely horrendously bad at Slay the Spire, because every time I see a card that is like one of those that are like more value cards, you know, like, oh, this is really good because it keeps building and compounding on itself, like Demon Form or something like that. More strength every turn. I'm like, oh, I need to have that. Regardless of whether my deck supports that style or not. I need this. I need the value cards. Because I think that's fun. And it's not very good, but it's really fun. Until I die, because my deck sucks. Demon Form is great if you have Heavy Blade. Yeah, Twin Strikes or something. That's pretty specific, Sally. It also reminds me of what is Guild Wars 2, where Necromancers have a cooldown that basically puts every single debuff in the game on the target, which hurts like the I can't remember, like the crowd control bar on bosses really hard, which is really good if a boss has that. That is an interesting suggestion, Zinlodal. I wonder how they would do that, because let's say if they made it so that that gear didn't really have very much secondary stats, but they just had materia slots to customize with, to make sure that it... Like, that's not your suggestion, but that's what I'm thinking when you suggest that. To do that, without it just becoming Lomao all crit memes, there would have to be more tight balance on the value of the different stats, and perhaps even limitations on what you can put on the different gear pieces, so that you can't go all crit. But again, even if we did that, even if we had that, it would be interesting, but there would be a correct answer. There would be a correct answer. Like, that's the problem, is that that's the reason why this conversation is basically impossible to proceed on, is because anything you can do that preserves the flexibility of stats and choice also leaves the door open to choose right in terms of optimization. What if they had diminishing returns on stacking the same type of materia? Well, then you would stack exactly the amount of crit that is better relative to the diminishing returns. And then you would stack the next stat right up until the diminishing returns. And then the next stat. Like, anything you can do to add flexibility will just mean that players will go, oh, well, this is best. Anything you do to close in that flexibility just means that they go, well, this is the best answer in this box you've made for me. I think this is a little strange, but this is kind of the reason why sometimes something like a roguelike can be very fascinating, because even though you know what is best in a roguelike, even though you know what the best choice is, you're not always going to be offered the best choice. So you just kind of have to make the most of what you have, and that's just it. That's the end. That's what you have to do. I mean, is it variety if the correct choice is figured out? Exactly. Zinodot says, I feel like it allowed for more variation because, yeah, full crit lol would work, but an even mix of crit and directed would scale better. It would only up to the point, like I talked about this in my recent tenacity video, that having more multipliers tend to work better, but crit as it is designed right now is so good that when you reach over a certain barrier in crit, the stat, it becomes so good that the other stats become meaningless, like to the point that if you could choose only crit, it would be the best choice over having any other stats. You might say, well, I mean, having mixed stat, like having determination, would also mean that your damage is more reliable. Yeah, but having more crit also increases your crit chance, which makes your damage more reliable. So it's like, that's the reason why my idea immediately was, we have to remove crit damage as a stat, because that's the problem. What if materia also had a negative aspect, i.e. you get crit but a negative defense? That would also be something you could do. And that would again have the, like, that's the weird thing, Delane. Like, that's also an idea that I believe that has been played around with. What will happen is people will figure out exactly how much negative stats you can get away with. Actually, the end of Battle for Azeroth in World of Warcraft, they had corruptions as a mechanic where like you could get gear with insanely amazing effects on them. But it also gave you corruption, and when you went over certain thresholds, it caused various jank to happen for your character. Like, sometimes bad stuff would happen where you stood, so you had to move, or a mob only you could see would appear and would start chasing you and attacking you and things like that. But people just figured out how much was enough and which things were worth taking. Basically, people just mathed out how much badness was worth it. And if you disagreed, too bad, because the stats on this gear were so good that you couldn't compete if you didn't take it. So, like, if you put negatives on the stats, people would just figure out how much is manageable. And then, if you want to stay competitive, you need to manage that. Like, it's a really hard conversation, as I said, because it doesn't really matter what you do. You put a negative on it, people will find out how much they can push it. You don't put a negative on it, they'll push it as hard as they can. You put a limit on it, they'll push it to that limit. You put diminishing returns on it, they'll figure out how hard they can push the diminishing returns while still getting the most out of it. There is no really good solution because optimization suggests that there is always a correct answer. And people will figure out that correct answer relatively quickly if the game is popular enough. Exactly, Zelly. When the answer is all just math, there will always be an answer. And that's also why I said, in roguelikes, it often works out, or at least sometimes, it works a little bit better, because in roguelikes, you know what the best stat is, you know what the best items are, but there is a very high chance you will not see any of those in a run. You just won't. And the reason why that doesn't, like random loot doesn't really work in MMOs is because due to the fact that players are so focused on optimizing and because it affects other players that you're potentially undergeared or whatever, it means that dealing with making the most of what you're given is sometimes not good enough. You can just be like, well, I wasn't lucky, so I suck. Again, World of Warcraft did this. In Legion, you could loot legendaries and you could wear 2. And each class had a selection of legendaries. There were also some universal ones. But it took this long for people to figure out, well, this and this is the best ones, and while this and this and this are situationally useful, these 2 are the best ones. So if you didn't get those, sucks to be you. And then you just had to keep grinding until you actually got the best ones. Until then, your damage sucked relative to the people that were lucky. It was so bad that some of, like, the top-end guilds were like, oh yeah, this guy has, like, 8 mages lined up, like 8 max-level mages, and if he loots a legendary that is not the best one, next mage and start gearing that one. Try again. Didn't get the legendary. Next one. Try again. Because it had to be those 2. So, like, random mechanics like that don't work either. If your susceptibility to crit scales identical to your crit, that could be interesting. 100% crit chance, sure, but then that rate white is also going to have 100% crit chance against you. I mean, at that point, it would just be like, well, I'm not going to choose a random number between 0 and 100%. I might as well choose 100% and just assume everything is going to crit me. Just wait until you hear about world race groups and post week 1 splits. Why would they do... Oh, right, yeah, that is true. That is also something they do. And of course, those 8 extra mages would be very helpful for split runs. But yes, basically, you let players get the optimal stuff, they'll take the optimal stuff. Thank you very much. You add randomness, the players will live and die by that randomness. Sure, but if the crit rate wide or crit stack mechanic will one-shot you, then you won't want 100% crit chance. Well, in that case, Sin Lodal, would you then grab any crit chance? The mechanic will one-shot you if you get crit. How much crit are you choosing? You have an 8-man raid. Assume everyone in the raid will be one-shot if they get crit. Anyone getting crit will be one-shot. The raid will wipe if anyone gets one-shot. Everyone will choose the same amount of crit chance you do. If you choose 30% chance, or if you choose 50% chance, then you have to win 8 coin flips to progress on that mechanic at all. You choose 25%, you have to roll like a 1 on a 4-sided die 8 times in a row to proceed, to progress. So ultimately, if it only scales with, because you said crit chance and only crit chance, you would choose 0% and just say, this is a stupid mechanic. If the crit damage for the attack will scale alongside crit chance, in that case, that is of course another story, and then it just comes down to you would choose, again, like how Delane said, what if there was a negative stat associated with the stats? Then it would just be, well, if I have 35% crit chance, then I will survive if it crits with 1 HP. Even if it, like, variance maximum damage. So I choose 35%. Exactly. And the passers will choose... basically, like, they would have to choose 99.9% crit chance. And then just keep going until it worked. That's not fun. But yeah, that is the problem. Any flexibility will be optimized, ultimately. Now, there is actually a solution to this. There is a solution. And the solution is to just not care. Like, the players, like, I said that percentage when I said, like, if they made stats interesting in Final Fantasy XIV, most players would not care. There would be a very, very small percentage of players that would be mathing out what was best. And that's it. Among those that don't care, some amount of them care enough that they'll do what's optimal. Some amount of them don't care. Like, actually they don't care. They might put materia in their gear. At all. They might. Maybe. Possibly. Probably not most of the time, but they might. They don't care. Even if you reworked how the stats worked, they probably still don't care. They're completely immune to, well, any flexibility you can add will just be optimized. They'll just go, hee, tenacity is interesting, and then put some tenacity material in their gear. Or they'll be a paladin and go, well, I mean, spell speed does reduce the the GCD on my spells, so I could try a little bit of spell speed. That sounds fun. Doesn't really work, but they're having fun. That's ultimately what works. Like, ultimately, that's what works. It's just going, I don't care. It then stops working when those players then mingle with the players that care a little bit. Or rather, when they mingle with the players that care a lot. Because then you'll have players that will be examining those players and going, why do you have spell speed on your paladin gear? And they say, I think it was interesting. It does reduce my GCDs on my spells. And they'll be like, yeah, but crit though, mate. And that's why this flexibility tends to break apart in MMOs specifically. Is because in a single player or like co-op RPG or something where you choose who you're playing with, you can choose to do the stupid build. Your friends can choose to do that, and if it doesn't work, you'll probably figure that out. But when you're being paired with random strangers, they don't care whether you have fun or not. They want to have fun. Yeah, exactly, Zelly. That is an interesting example. Get rid of being able to examine others. The thing is, Delane, hiding information in that way, like forcibly hiding information, just leads to players doing it in roundabout ways. It's not allowed to sell things through Party Finder. There exist discords for selling specific things that are normal, that used to be traded through Party Finder. You're not allowed to talk about DPS meters in-game because third-party tools, they can tell you that your DPS sucks on Discord. So if they made it impossible to examine other people's gear for their stats, you would just see those slightly more try-hard players go, right, can we have just a broad overview of your gear before we do this run? Just to check everyone's gear is good. Exactly, Parent. Hiding gear would be tantamount to hiding logs from here. It's a red flag, and I should be concerned as to the reason why it's hidden. Exactly. Why are you hiding your logs? Is it because your logs are bad? Because if they're good, you have nothing to hide, right? Why are you hiding your gear? Your gear's good, right? Why would you don't need to hide your gear? And then, of course, the argument is, well, they've removed the ability to examine at all. Then, again, hey, can you come on Discord and send us, like, pictures of your gear so that we know? And if you then say no, why not? Is your gear bad? Surely your gear's good. Surely you have nothing to hide, right? It's like, it wouldn't really solve the problem. It would just make it shadier. When it really comes to it, it would just make it shadier. And that one is also pretty funny, Sally. Some players don't realize that not all players have logs. And exactly, Parent. Ultimately, having the information hidden means that the person asking might as well assume that whatever you have is the worst possibility. Because however bad your actual gear is, or however bad your logs are, they can't see them, so they can't judge it, so they just have to assume it is as bad as it can possibly be, and that's not good. It's better to just have the bad logs. But yeah, definitely some players assume that everyone have logs. So if they don't have any, then it's a red flag, even though, like, not all players have logs. But if they're outright clearly hidden, as in, you can go in and hide logs, you can do that, then it means you've deliberately chosen to hide them, as far as I know. Anyway, that's a really long side quest about stats, isn't that right? We have a stream about Pictomancer, Palace of the Dead, and like half of it is actually Pictomancer and Palace of the Dead combined. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. It'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there is a link there. And there you'll also find the schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the coming days. And you can go to the announcement room and see links to videos and streams when they come out, and you can also grab the reminder role in the role assignments room to get a notification when I post a video or a stream, as well as an additional reminder around 15 minutes before a stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat stuff, and if you don't like to use the YouTube options, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing apparently weird talk shows like this for all of you and with you. So I hope you enjoyed that. And yeah, I'm sorry, Alfox. We've been going for 5.5 hours on a stream where I normally start these with the intent to go for 3. So, so you know, talking's not more fun than Kid Me thought it was. Well, that's what's happened when you grow up. With that said, that'll be all for me for tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.